You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeart Media.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The Truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are.
From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Welcome, everybody, to this Tuesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host for the evening and all the evenings, Amanda Head. My co-host and Just the News editor-in-chief, John Solomon, is out on assignment tonight. And I'm reporting to you tonight, as always, from our Washington, D.C. and the Wired2Fishcoffee.com studios. Wired2Fish Coffee is the official coffee of Just the News. And you can go right now to Wired2Fishcoffee.com and get an amazing 10% discount using the promo code JustNews. All right, plenty of news to get to on this very busy Tuesday evening. So let's start with Ukraine. As various outlets are reporting, a deal may soon be reached between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky regarding mineral rights in that country. And that would go towards helping to pay back the United States for its assistance in Ukraine's war against Russia, as well as improving relations between Ukraine and the Trump administration. And this all comes after President Trump's administration opened up negotiations with Russia days ago and is continuing to put pressure on the European members of NATO to increase their military spending. And, you know, you would think that getting one step closer to ending the war in Ukraine, that would be a good thing. And it would be an even better thing if President Trump could get European nations to start paying for their own defense. That actually results in a weaker Russian position in the long run. But American media companies don't exactly see it that way. Here's MSNBC trotting out this old line with Alexander Vindman.
We're no longer the good actor. We no longer believe in the same values we did just a month ago. So it's, to me, I start to wonder, you know, I'm not big into conspiracies because I've seen government as a leaky sieve. Things just don't stay secret. But now I'm starting to wonder, what does Putin have on Trump, that he's willing to bend over so hard, to bend over backwards to really support Putin's agenda?
Russia, Russia, Russia. Does anyone even buy that anymore? The Trump administration is not looking to embolden Russia. They are looking to end a costly and deadly war that is making America weaker, because it seems one thing that all of the people in support of continuing the war in Ukraine keep overlooking is that our country is out of money and has been for a very long time. And that leads me to DOGE and the budget. Both hot topics on Capitol Hill today. In fact, a lot of Democrats had some, well, not very nice things to say about Elon Musk and DOGE's efforts to cut wasteful spending, including Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who had this to say.
If you could speak directly to Elon Musk, what would you say?
Golf.
That's it.
What a deep and intellectual argument against Elon Musk. But it is weird to see weird to see how trying to cut waste and abuse in government generates so much anger from some of our politicians in Washington, D.C., and they are treating DOGE like it's an existential threat. Take House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He compared what is happening with President Trump, Elon, and DOGE to the Civil War and the Civil Rights Movement. Yep. Check it out.
You understand the scale of the threat, and you have ideas about how to interrupt what feels like something that we have not experienced since the Civil War in terms of the threat to our republic.
Well,
Well, it's certainly the case that we understand the scale of the threat. That can't be doubted. The CBC, which I'm a part of, definitively understands the scale of the threat. Our communities have been under siege, as you pointed out, since before the Civil War. I'm a direct descendant of those very communities, so we understand the struggle, the history, the strength of people like John Lewis, which we're going to channel. That's my experience. That's my personal experience. That's my family's experience. And so we understand that. And as a caucus, it's definitively the case that we understand it.
He didn't miss a chance to slide that descendancy in there, did he? And I think the actual existential threat to our republic is the fact that we are drowning in debt. In fact, more debt than any country in the history of planet Earth. But that's just my 2 cents. And speaking of all of that, just before the show tonight, I sat down with Congressman Ralph Norman to talk about balancing the budget and much, much more. Take a look. Joining me now, representing the great state of South Carolina, Congressman Ralph Norman. Congressman, thank you so much for being here, sir.
My pleasure. Glad to be with you, Amanda.
All right, sir, give it to me straight. No mixer. What's happening on the floor? What's the status of the votes? It's such a skinny majority. Do you have the votes?
You know, I think we do, Amanda. We discussed it in caucus this morning. You know, no bill is ever perfect. You know, in a perfect world, we would have 15 trillion in cuts. You would have more, I guess, savings that take place. But, you know, the product that we ended up with was a floor of $1.5 trillion with a $2 trillion target, which can be done. We ended up with funding the Trump tax cuts. We ended up giving Tom Homan the money to continue the deportations that are happening now of gang members and other illegals. So all in all, it's a good bill. I'll be supporting it. And I think that there are a couple who are still having doubts. I think that's where you will see Donald Trump come into play, and I think he's calling them. And, you know, the alternative, Amanda, if we don't get this, is to go back to the Senate, which basically has no cuts of any magnitude. And the fact that, you know, you would be dealing at the end of the day with Democrats. And we've got a bill that's been hashed out. We've worked on it in Budget Committee, and Jody Harrington has done a great job for the last several months. So it's time to pass it. I think it will pass. And every vote from here on out is going to be close because Democrats aren't supporting us on anything.
I know that. Sir, I want to ask you about this process because anytime you have something like this, it's a learning process, and it can be revelatory. It can show certain members of Congress, it can show their priorities, where their loyalties lie. Have there been any surprises for you as far as what you've learned from other members of Congress and whether this is a priority to actually cut spending?
What we're getting ready to find out is, are Republicans going to deliver on what they campaign on? What is across the board, I would say, with every Republican running for Congress or really any office, is cut government, less taxes, less government. And now we have a chance to do that. And so now that the rubber is meeting the road, every tax dollar in Washington, D.C. has got an advocate for it, and they've come out in full display. But we can't, everyone acknowledges we can't keep on the financial path that we're on. We don't have a income problem. We got a spending problem. That's the cancer. That's why our debt's been downgraded. And if America is to remain that shining city on the hill, now's the time to step up. And at the end of the day, I think we will. I think people want to see Donald Trump's tax policies not expire as they are, will expire at the end of this year. And it'll end up with a 22% tax increase for every American if we let it expire. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Right. Sir, I know you are one of those folks who you would take a red line and go through every single line item and just start. I mean, you would make the paper bleed. But when it comes to that $2 trillion goal, you know, if you listen to the rhetoric over on legacy media and Democrats, it's going to be Medicare and Medicaid. It's going to be Social Security. It's going to be our military. It's none of that, is it?
No, and by the reconciliation rules, Amanda, you can't touch Social Security and you can't touch Medicare. Now, Medicaid, what we are talking about is no cuts. It's just block grants to the states. Let them decide the ones that are funded and continue to stay on Medicaid and putting work requirements in. That's what's so interesting about the Democrats. They don't believe in working to get a paycheck. They're 40-year-old men who don't have any visible means of income getting Medicaid payments. That's not right. That's not right to those who really need it. So, are we looking at every agency within Medicaid to see where things may be altered? Yes. But what I just mentioned, work requirements shouldn't even be a problem, but it is, and we're going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, well, when it comes to work requirements for federal employees who were asked to give 5 examples of what they did last week, their hair is on fire. So I don't know why that's so difficult for them. But, sir, one of the things I love about this timeline right now is that Democrats are so opposed to Donald Trump and anything he does, including anything that Elon Musk does, that they have found themselves in a very uncomfortable position, which is opposing rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, for me, trying to be a neutral arbiter, if I put myself in the shoes of a Democrat voter, if I heard my representative or senator saying things like, we've got to be more responsible about these cuts, I would think to myself, I think they're trying to spend more of my money. How do they sell this even to their own voters that it's a bad thing to root out this garbage?
Well, it's not selling to the voters. That's why 77 million people didn't buy into it. They had the last 4 years under the Biden administration, Amanda, has been horrible. It's been atrocious. Interest rates, crime, border crossings to the tune of 15 million people over 159 countries. And what Elon Musk is doing, free of charge, and what he's doing is identifying areas that should be looked at. He's following the money trail. And the problem with the Democrats, they think the money's theirs, and they think no one should look at it. Well, he's got the ability and he's got the mindset to dig in, find out where the waste and fraud is, and then let we the people judge. And we do this. Every business in America does this. Every family does this on their budget. And the fact that he asked federal bureaucrats who are getting a paycheck from our tax dollars, which averages over $106,000 a year, to name 5 things that they did. I had a reporter ask me that today. I said, that's a perfectly good question. I reeled off 5, and I said, I could reel off 10 to 15 that I did last week. Mm-hmm. They think that's an insult. But it's a new day in America. People aren't buying it. And I think the golden age is here, and we're going to right the wrong that the last 4 years has inflicted on the American people.
Absolutely. Sir, I love following your timeline, but something that you tweeted made me nearly spit out my coffee. You said that not a single government agency is occupying even half of their office space. So it's just sitting there empty. Can we just sell off? Can we move this half of this agency and this half of this agency into the same building? This seems like the lowest hanging fruit there has ever been.
And I think that's what, at the end of the day, when Elon Musk gets finished going from, the first agency was USAID, then he's going to, I think, Department of Education, then he will go to the DOD, and then Social Security, every agency. And the genius of Elon Musk is on full display. And so if an office building is not needed, what do you do in the private sector? You sell it. And just because it's the federal government, that's our building. That's our money that we get from it. And so I think that will be coming later on. And we just started. And American people are ready for it. And I will tell you, there are a lot of us here in Congress who are ready to fight for it and put this country back on a fiscal sanity path, for lack of a better word.
Well, I have seen you fight for that fiscal sanity, and I am looking forward to seeing this fight follow through to the end. Congressman Ralph Norman, always a joy having you here with us. We learned so much from you. Thank you for being here, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Coming up after the break, we're going to discuss more about what President Trump is doing to secure America, including with the war in Ukraine and sending illegals to Gitmo, to Guantanamo Bay, because believe it or not, some Democrats are actually against it. That's next.
Hey, America, are you looking for a voice that really represents your values? AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, was created to champion the needs of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom, like you and I do. With over 2 million members, their mission is simple but powerful: to protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans, safeguarding Social Security and Medicare, and advocating for common-sense policies. Members gain access to incredible member benefits, including the award-winning AMAC magazine, from exclusive discounts on travel insurance and everyday services to a strong voice in Washington. AMAC is here to make a difference in your life and our nation. Joining AMAC isn't just about benefits, regardless of your age. It's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. In honor of President Trump's first 100 days in office, AMAC is offering an incredible deal. Enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership like I do for 47% off. Normally $60. Join today for only $32. Visit amac.us/justnews today to take advantage of this special offer. That's amac.us/justnews. Join AMAC and become part of a movement that stands for your family and your future.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. I'm Amanda Head. John Solomon, my co-host, is out on assignment tonight, but he's going to be back here with me tomorrow night. And there are a lot of issues around the world that President Trump has been trying to fix this week. A lot of the attention has been on the war in Ukraine. But in previous weeks, President Trump has set his sights on the Middle East, particularly Gaza and the fight between Israel and Hamas and the backers of Hamas, Iran. And John and I were fortunate enough last week at CPAC to speak with Ali Reza Jafarzadeh, the author of The Iran Threat, and he's also deputy director of the National Council of Resistance of Iran, about how President Trump can successfully counter Iran after years of the Biden administration playing right into their hands. Take a look.
I want to bring something into the conversation that we've spoken to you about in the past, but it's got a new, fresh context, because we've talked to you a lot in the past excuse me, about these hundreds of millions that the State Department or governmental agencies meant for, counterterrorism in Afghanistan, and it ended up with the Taliban. And now we are learning, because of DOGE, because of what is coming out of USAID, that was not just a flash in the pan. It continues to happen. I know you've kept an eye on this. How disappointing is it for you, and how quickly does there need to be a turnaround?
I think it's so important to deny the Iran regime any kind of resources, direct or indirect, whether it's under the cover of selling oil, whether it's under the cover of their proxies in the region, under different pretexts, because whatever money that ends up in the hands of the Iran regime, ends up in the pocket of the mullahs, and second, the Revolutionary Guards, to fund terror and instability in the region. The regime has been relying heavily on their proxies, and what they need for them is money and arms and training, and that's why you need to cut off all of their resources. Most importantly, remember, the people of Iran reject this regime. There have been 9 rounds of major uprisings in Iran seeking for change in all 31 provinces of the country. This is an opportunity for the whole world to see that the threat of the Iran regime can end once and for all. And without boots on the ground, without appropriating any money, just deny the Iran regime the resources they need, and also create space for those on the ground who are fighting the Ayatollahs to bring about peace and stability.
Ali, one of the great secrets that a lot of Americans don't know is that during the Biden years, the Iraqi oil industry was basically taken over and annexed by Iran, and that gives Iran a lot of cash. Tell us some of the things that the Trump administration has done to squeeze those sort of pipelines down and start to starve Iran of the cash it uses to attack free people.
Well, Iraq has been basically the backyard of the Iran regime for years, at least since 2003, when the Iran regime basically took over Iraq, and they have heavily taken advantage of the situation there, not just politically dominating the process there and turning that government into a proxy government, but using Iraq as a means to go around the sanctions. How do they sell their oil through the Persian Gulf? They use Iraq as a way to cover their own sale of oil, that they camouflage it under Iraqi oil, but it's actually the Iran regime's oil. They're also using that to basically for financial resources to get the money through Iraq to the Iranian regime. So if you want to focus, one of the main places that you want to focus is actually Iraq. That how it actually is being used by Tehran to fund their terror and sell their oil, still committing sanctions.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
Ali, before we let you go, I have no doubt that the Ayatollah is going to be keeping his eye on peace negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, not because they are directly involved, but I think for 2 reasons. Number one, because as President Trump is opening up these lines of communication with each of these countries, that starts a relationship. But subsequent to that, and number 2, that's going to allow there to be more conversations between President Trump and Putin, and that's going to affect Iran, especially with respect to oil. How consequential do you think that is to Iran, the peace deal?
Well, whether it's the situation in Ukraine or the situation in the Middle East, peace is a red line for the Ayatollahs, because this regime thrives on crisis, thrives on chaos that they instigate. Guess what? The drones that end up targeting Ukraine has been provided by the Iran regime to the Russians to target Ukraine. Look at the situation in the region. The main epicenter of terror and chaos is the Iran regime. Tehran is the head of the stake of war and terror. So they don't want to see peace anywhere, whether it's the Middle East or Ukraine or other places. That's why we need to focus, if we want peace anywhere, we need to focus on the epicenter, which is the Iran regime. We need to focus on seeing a free Iran, a democratic Iran, a republic Iran, and ending the rule of the clerics. Of course, no need for boots on the ground or appropriating money. The people of Iran are already engaged in doing that. There is tremendous support for change in Iran, especially the younger generation. The people have already rejected that. There is an organized force. We need to get the attention of Washington and everywhere else. That's why this coming Saturday on March 8th, there's going to be a big rally in Washington. Thousands of Iranians are coming from across the country to call for firm policy, to call for a free Iran, for a democratic Iran. And I hope that gets the attention of the White House, the U.S. Congress, and everybody else in Washington and around the world.
I said on this network yesterday, the fall of the mullahs is much closer than most Americans know. It could happen on Donald Trump's watch, and that would be really historic. Ali, great to have you.
Thank you so much. And as you mentioned, who thought that Assad will fall in 11 days?
Exactly.
And they were the proxy
shot
of the Iran regime. The same situation should happen and will happen.
I believe
in the case
that's
of
true.
Iran.
Ali Reza Jafarzadeh, always great having a conversation with you.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
He's always got such great insight into that. All right, everybody, we have much more for you coming up after this break, so do not go anywhere.
Hey folks, did you know that American homeowners have over $32 trillion in equity? That's an amazing figure, but you know the bad news? Criminals are targeting it with a growing scam the FBI calls house stealing. Scammers can transfer your title right out of your name using a one-page document they file at the county. Then they can take out loans against your equity, even sell it behind your back. And the scariest part, you won't find out about it until collection or foreclosure notices start arriving in your mailbox. Now that is something you don't want to have happen, leaving you, of course, when that happens, in a financial and legal nightmare. The best way to protect your equity is with Home Title Lock's exclusive $1 million triple lock protection. This service offers 24/7 monitoring, urgent alerts, and if fraud should occur, the U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix the fraud and restore your title. So when was the last time you checked on your title? If you're like me, the answer is never. And that's exactly why scammers are counting on you to fail. The good news is for 2025, Home Title Lock is offering you 25% off. And you also get a free title history report when you go to HometitleLock.com and use my promo code JTN25. Now make sure you check out the $1 million triple lock protection details when you get there. One more time, go to HometitleLock.com, use the promo code JTN25.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. President Trump has wasted no time implementing policies to make America safer. Many of them, of course, have to do with the border and stopping illegal immigrants from getting into the country. But what do we do with the ones who are already here, especially the most violent and criminal among them? Do we deport them and risk them coming back into the country, if that's even possible at this point? Well, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth traveled to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba today, where he toured the facility and he received briefings on operations supporting illegal aliens deportation, as well as housing illegal alien criminals there. So with us to discuss that plan and much more, like what is going on with Ukraine negotiations, is former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Detainee Affairs from the Heritage Foundation, Cully Stimson. Cully, great to have you here with us tonight.
Great to be with you.
I want to ask you what it looks like, for Secretary Hegseth to go down to Guantanamo Bay. He's obviously getting a tour. I know he's been there in the past, but this time as secretary, getting a tour of this facility. I imagine, I would certainly assume that this is a maximum security prison. What does that tour look like for him, and what's he looking for down there?
Yeah, of course, the base has been in U.S. hands since 1903, but it's housed migrants, non-terrorist criminal migrants and migrants in the 90s during the Clinton administration. That's before 9/11, and so they put them in tents, literally on the golf course and on the airstrip there. There's two airstrips, a World War II era one and a newer one. And so Pete, who served there when he was on active duty, is touring the non-terrorist detention side of the base, where they've set up the tent cities for potential migrants to be housed. And then he's gone over to the other side of the base where he worked on active duty, where we have the terrorist detention facilities. And by the way, there's only 15 terrorist detainees there, so there's a lot of room at the end. There's 6 camps there, Amanda, that can house over 500 people. So there's plenty of room at the end. So I'm sure Pete is just checking out the logistics. The main constraining factor at Gitmo, Amanda, is water. We have a desalinization plant there that can only desalinate so much water every day, and that's the limiting factor at Gitmo.
Right, and desalination is a very expensive treatment. President Trump signed an executive order. I think this was one of his day one executive orders, or maybe it came out a few days after. But President Trump designated cartels like Tren de Aragua, Sinaloa, MS-13, a whole list of these South American and Central American gangs as terrorists. So if Gitmo is the place where we put terrorists, and I think that just colloquially, that's what Americans are used to thinking of Gitmo's purpose being, if those people are terrorists now in the eyes of the law, at least according to the executive, then these people who are committing atrocities, who might not necessarily be specifically members of these type gangs, but they're committing the same activities, doesn't it make sense that they belong there?
So it does, but you have to sort of use a fine tool here to divide up the various categories of folks. So the easiest people to remove from the country are people who have final orders of deportation. So if they're gang members or not, it doesn't really matter. If they have a final order of deportation and their appeals have been exhausted, you can take them to Gitmo, and of course some people are always going to complain, and then you can use that as a temporary transfer station and then move them to other countries. And we've seen that with the first batch that has gone there. The people who are simply designated as terrorists who are here illegally, there'll be legal challenges if you take them to Gitmo. We've already seen those legal challenges take place. And so I think they're on the safest legal ground by just putting people who have final orders of removal there.
Cully, treatment-wise, I don't know what the level of treatment should be at somewhere like Gitmo. If you are a terrorist and you have committed some of these most atrocious crimes, then I don't really think that you should have, it should be a bed and breakfast type experience for you. But there's so many liberals out there on mainstream media who are selling these sob stories about how these people are being treated. Are they being treated according to their behavior?
They're being treated humanely. That's the requirement under the law. When I was a Deputy Assistant Defense Secretary after 9/11, and we took the first European delegations to Guantanamo to look at the facilities for the terrorist detainees, they literally said that they're treated better than they are in European prisons and jails, which of course made the left's heads explode, but it was true. Yeah. And so the facilities there are first class, and believe it or not, Amanda, 2 of the jails there are literally carbon copies of jails in the Midwest in the United States. They're literally the same exact specifications. And so these are top-notch facilities run by professionals. They get 3 hots in a cot. They get visits by their lawyers, calls to their family members, excellent medical treatment. We have an obligation to treat them humanely, and then we have an obligation and a moral obligation to send them home.
That's right. That's right. I want to go back to something that you said a moment ago about there being plenty of room at the inn. Just how much room are we talking?
I can't remember the exact numbers, Amanda, but I think well over 600 beds. These are individual cells. Some of the camps 1, 2, and 3 and 3 are sort of minimalist facilities. Camp 4 is an open air facility. Think of it like a big, huge football field with a fence around it and houses in it where they can commune together. Camp 5 and 6 are like maximum security prisons. They're literally the maximum security prisons that they've barged in, and copycats of what's in Michigan and I think Ohio. And those look like supermax facilities. A variety of detention space down there, and depends on your level of compliance. So we put the most compliant detainees in Camp 4. They got to have communal meals. There's a volleyball court right in the middle, a little mini soccer pitch in the middle. They got to do their own laundry. But like any facility in the United States, prison or jail, how you're housed is dependent on your compliance with the rules.
Cully, it seems to me that Gitmo could be maybe best utilized as almost like a halfway house. You know, you're getting these criminals out of the country, then you take them to Gitmo, that's where they get processed, and then they get sent back home. And it seems like you could create kind of a conveyor belt situation where we're just constantly deporting. Is that what it seems like to you?
Nailed it. That's exactly what it is. It's a temporary sort of revolving door facility, and I think that's the intent of this order. And Pete knows the drill. I mean, when he was down there as just an active duty soldier, Gitmo was closing from the day it was open. There were 700 detainees at Gitmo. Now there's 15. From the day it was open, they started bringing people in there. We were letting people out of there. Compared to the 75,000 we had in Iraq and 25,000 we had in Afghanistan, where we have none today, Gitmo was always a revolving door, and that's what it's going to be used for. Hopefully, for people with final orders of removal, because then their legal challenges will just fail outright, and they'll just move them on to their, either repatriate them to their home countries or third countries willing to take them.
Absolutely. Cully, before we let you go, what type of, I mean, other than the desalination and the foodstuffs and things like that that are resources required at Gitmo, as far as the human personnel resources, how many troops do you think we ideally need there, not only for the security of that facility, but also the processing operations we talked about?
Depends on the number of migrants they're going to take down there. I mean, it's completely proportionally dependent on that. But remember, we've had this base since 1903. It was used in World War I for the Atlantic Fleet, World War II, in the interwar period of Vietnam, Korea, counter-drug operations. We're used to cycling people in and out of Gitmo all the time. There's plenty of housing for personnel and their families. There's a DOGE school down there. There's a movie theater down there. There's a base hospital. So there's plenty of room. And it's a short flight from Southcom in Miami. So that base, Amanda, and the CO of that base is dual-hatted. She or he not only is in charge of running the base, but they're also in charge of migrant ops. And they plan and train for that way before Trump came to office, way before Bush came to office after 9/11. That's been the case since the 90s. So they're trained and equipped and ready for this mission.
Move them in, move them out. I have a feeling that this could become a very well-oiled machine in a very short amount of time. Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Detainee Affairs, the perfect person to have this conversation with. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Cully.
Great to be with you.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, coming up, we're going to talk about making America healthy again, and it starts with making yourself healthy again. That's next.
Hey, America, the fight to restore our great nation is only beginning, and now is the time to take a stand, and Patriot Mobile is leading the charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. That's important, right? Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's a call to action to defend our rights and our freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all three major networks. Now, if you have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile with a coverage guarantee. But the difference is every dollar you spend supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer support team are going to help you find the right plan for you. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/justnews or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service with promo code JUSTNEWS. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom with every call and text you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/justnews or call 972-PATRIOT.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. Time now to talk about making America healthy again. And one of the best ways you can do that is to make yourself healthy again, too. So John and I spoke to Dr. Chad Walding of Native Path a few days ago, and he has the perfect way for you to try to start getting healthier today. Check it out.
It's great to have you on. I want to get a little bit into the history of Native Path, but the last time you're on, I got a lot of interesting DMs on social media. People saying collagen, I always hear about it in terms of Hollywood stars, but how important is it to the body? It's such an important building block of the body. Could you walk us through why collagen is so important to our bodies?
You could say it's the most important building block because it makes up 90% of the body. It's the most abundant protein in our body. It's what makes up our hair, our skin, our nails, our tendons, our ligaments. Our brain is dependent on collagen. Our heart health is dependent on collagen, the fascia. Even our bones are dependent on collagen. But one of the main issues is in our modern world, we're extremely deficient in collagen because of the modern diet. We eat so different than the way our ancestors did just 100 years ago. They got plenty of collagen in their diets because they would eat nose to tail. They would take the bones of an animal, they would break that down into soups, they would get plenty of collagen in their natural diet. And in our modern diet, where we have red dyes and artificial colorings and sugar and industrial seed oils and refined and processed foods, we're not getting the nutrition that we need. We're not getting enough protein, and we're certainly not getting enough collagen. So our body, it gets collagen from our diets, and we produce it on our own. But as we age, we begin to produce less and less collagen on our own. This starts around the age of 20. It starts to really accelerate around the age of 50. And when we don't have enough collagen, that's when we start to see a lot of problems with the body breaking down. Weaker bones, tendons that snap, sheaths, rotator cuffs that tear, and things like that. So it's incredibly important. And I saw this as a physical therapist. People going into surgeries, people dealing with back pain, herniated disc, knee pain, things like that. They always got better results when we started to recommend collagen to them.
I love that. Yeah. Well, and that feeds into my question because I know your background in PT led you to this place where you started Native Path. Was it seeing those injuries in your patients that got the wheels turning about how important collagen is?
That was a big part of it, yeah. And another part was actually going into people's homes. I spent a lot of time as a home health physical therapist, and I got to go in their homes. And these are people that aren't strong or well enough to go to outpatient therapy, people dealing with heart disease, cancers, obesity, and really seeing the link between diet and food and really asking myself, and I started studying the health of our ancestors. What were they getting that we're not? Right? What nutritions and minerals and vitamins were they getting that we're not? And what toxins are we dealing with in the modern world that they were never dealing with? And what's the connection between why we're seeing this rise in metabolic health issues, the rise in cancer, the rise in obesity, and particularly the children? Why are our children now getting obese and they are getting cancer at a rapid rate? So Native Path is we really value whole food nutrition. We really value purity and excellence in our products. So you're not going to find any Native Path product that has artificial colors or sugars or chemical solvents. It's as close to nature as possible. And that's the case with our collagen too. There's lots of different types of collagen you can get out there. Most of what you're finding is going to be collagen coming from China with cows that are living on dirt and given hormones and antibiotics. That is not how we do it at Native Path, right? The collagen that you see is type 1, type 3, the most bioavailable, abundant forms of collagen in your body. And we source it from cows that live like cows are supposed to live. Like cows are supposed to eat grass and roaming hills and getting sunshine and drinking water, never giving hormones and antibiotics. So that radically impacts the quality of the product that you put in your body and how well you actually absorb it and the difference that's going to make in your body.
You have an important term in terms of what Native Path does for you, and it means to get on the path. What does that mean for everyday people like us who want to try the products?
It means starting with protein, and it means doing the things in terms of eating, moving, and living that your body is designed for and it thrives for, right? It means whole food nutrition, getting rid of the toxins in your body, saying to yourself, I'm going to get healthy, I'm going to get on the path. And that also means recognizing what is off the path, right? If we're going to make America healthy again, it starts truly with our next grocery run, what we put actually in our grocery cart. So rather than put the artificial chemicals and the refined and processed foods, shop on the ends. You just saw a video of it, real whole food without labels. Yeah. Make your meals. You're going to do one of the best things you can for your health, for your family, and also in our collective efforts to make America healthy again.
Yeah, I had a goal starting last year that when I went to the grocery store, I would buy more things without labels than things with labels, and it has definitely kept me closer to the path. I want to ask you, I've seen a couple studies recently about the connection between collagen and weight loss, which intuitively speaking, I guess I wouldn't necessarily make that connection, but there is one, isn't there?
Yeah, most people don't think about that. But the thing is, as we mentioned earlier, collagen is a protein, and protein is extremely satiating. You actually burn calories. Your metabolism heats up when you consume protein. And if you can start your day with protein, that radically impacts your relationship with food for the rest of the day because it helps you balance your blood sugar. So the off the path way of doing breakfast is waking up and just bombarding ourselves with lots of refined carbohydrates and bagels and breads and juices. We get a big blood sugar spike. We'll be craving sugar for the rest of the day. That's going to be the thing that sets us up for diabetes and obesity. When you start your day with protein, like collagen, and good fats, like avocado or even butter, things like that, you stabilize your blood sugar, you fix the issues of cravings, and it just makes the weight loss so much easier. And you have good energy throughout the day that's really long-lasting energy and not like this yo-yo kind of up and down energy throughout the day. So it's one of the best things you can do, and one of those simplest things you can do to help with your weight issues, but also the structure of your body.
Yeah, so amazing. Doctor, you've set up a special website for all of our fans here, getnativepath.com/justnews, getnativepath.com/justnews. Tell us what our viewers will find when they go there.
But you're going to find out more about collagen and some of the things I talked about here. You're going to get more research and understanding of what it's good for. And you're also going to get a special discount. Like we want you to try this and go ahead and get 6 bottles. And here's what I suggest to you. Take 2 scoops a day for 8 weeks and see the transformation that goes on in your body. Take a before picture and then take a picture later on 8 weeks, and you can start that transformation today. So it's something we want to do to help people get on the path, and like we're all doing here is make America healthy again. It starts with what we put in our body.
Yeah, so very exciting. And you guys have made it so easy for us. And we're all busy, and we always find an excuse not to focus on our health. You made it darn simple for us. That's really great.
And remember, everybody, you can go to getnativepath.com/justnews to get started on your health transformation today. All right, one final break to get to, but we'll be back on the other side of these messages. All right, welcome back, everybody, to our final segment of the evening. Time now to get to an interview that John and I did last Friday with a fascinating guest. He is former Congressman and Reagan speechwriter Dana Rohrabacher. He has a new book out called Fighting for Freedom and Having Fun. Just a great interview. Check it out.
When I came to Washington in the late 1980s, early 1990s, he was one of the first members of Congress I met. And over the last 30 years, I've gotten to know his extraordinary story more than anyone. He's an extraordinary hero. Served with Ronald Reagan, went to fight with the Mujahideen to fight against the Soviets in Afghanistan before bin Laden turned on us. And today, he's the author of a brand new book coming out. He is a former congressman, Dana Rohrabacher from the great state of California. Dana, good to have you here.
Thank you.
Look at that crowd. They remember your great work. Dana, you wrote a book, and it's a sort of a memoir. It's sort of a look back at the extraordinary career you had. Tell us a little bit about what people are going to be surprised about.
Well, and I'm exposing things, too.
Of course you are.
But, yeah, I figured I better write it down before I forgot it. I'm 77 years old now.
That's an important thing.
So, but I've been blessed with an extraordinary life, and I was blessed originally with having met Ronald Reagan and worked with his first campaign for governor.
Amazing.
And that set my course.
And I'm sure you know your tenacity and what turned into your value to Ronald Reagan. You were featured in the film that came out last year, starring Dennis Quaid, and that was such a wonderful storyline. So you obviously meant so much to Ronald Reagan. I want to ask you about that within today's context, because Ronald Reagan was so transformational. He was obviously coming off of economic devastation under Jimmy Carter, gas lines, so he had to do a lot economically. President Trump is dealing with not only economic issues, border crises. Compare that transformational quality from Ronald Reagan to what we're seeing now in President Trump.
Well, President Ronald Reagan was a man, and by the way, he taught me how to write. Let me just say, I was a speechwriter for Ronald Reagan. Right. People think that's great. No, he taught me how to write.
Amazing.
And he was the best writer we had.
Yeah.
And he leveled with the American people. That was it. He leveled with the American people, and we were able to. That's how you mobilize support and change the situation if it's a bad situation. And this president has done just that. He's mobilized the American people. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's insane to say this would have happened if we had another president.
That's right.
Trump is now our hero of the day. He's the Ronald Reagan of the day.
Yeah.
Reagan mobilized the American people to turn around some horrible trends in our society. And now we know that Trump is mobilizing the American people to save our country the way Ronald Reagan did.
Yeah, the parallels are remarkable. Daniel, when we have a couple minutes left, I know there's a lot of accountability and truths that you tell in this book. There's a great story that you shared with me in the past about 9/11 and the warning you got ahead of time. You tried to take it to the intelligence community, and the deep state just ignored it. Can you give us a little summary of what happened that day?
Well, people don't know how much I played in Afghanistan.
I know.
I went into Afghanistan with the Mujahideen.
Right.
And I participated in the Battle of Jalalabad.
Right.
And I will just... don't know what I can tell you, but I earned the allegiance of a lot of people who were fighting communism and understood that I was an advocate for their success in defeating communism.
Right.
And when I got back, I got warned by one of the leaders of the Mujahideen.
Right.
Said, you know what's going to happen. They're going to, they're going to kill a lot of Americans here.
Right.
And they outlined for me that they're going to fly airplanes into buildings. And they weren't. These are the guys who were on our side.
Yeah.
But they'd gotten the information that there was an effort to put together a team to fly planes into buildings, and also, which they didn't get to do, but I think we stopped it, but I don't know if they did or not. But they were going to send teams into nuclear power plants and blow them up, and a nuclear power plant, and it would affect millions of Americans.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just thousands of...
You brought it to the government's attention, right? No one paid attention, did they?
Well, I decided I needed to... I've talked to a lot of people in the government. I don't want to go through names, but no one paid attention.
Yeah.
And the night before, I'll never forget, the night before 9/11, I was so upset, and I was walking out with two of my staffers, saying, nobody's paying attention to me. This is going to be the worst terrorist attack in our country's history. And nobody's paying attention. I've seen, I don't want to put them on the spot. I put pretty high-level people. And this one guy, a member of Congress who was behind me, comes up and he says, "Oh, Dana, that's what we love about you. You're so adamant about things." And I said, "What?" And sure enough, the next day at 9/11, I saw him. How did you know? How did you know?
A terrible thing.
I just want to cut in before we let you go and say, my generation in particular, because I know you have such a heart for young Republicans, serving in Congress on Capitol Hill, serving President Reagan, the world would look very different were it not for your words and your messages delivered by Ronald Reagan. So thank you.
Well, I hope everybody gets a chance to read it. My book is coming out real soon. They can just www.com. And
we're going to tweet that out. I'm going to send it out to everybody. Dana, I know people didn't pay attention on 9/10. They're going to pay attention to your book. I'm so excited about it. Thanks for joining us.
The title is Fighting for Freedom and Having Fun.
I love it.
That was just an absolute joy to talk to Dana Rohrabacher about that. I want to fill you guys in on something that happened today at the White House. My fellow colleague, who happens to be sitting over to the side, Brian Glenn, he and I were both in the briefing room today as the press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, revealed to the press pool and everyone in that room that things are going to be looking quite different in there. And I have to say that it became a little uncomfortable in that room. And sometimes it feels like that anyway, because we have kind of our little corner of alternative media, and then you have the staunch traditional liberal organizations who are seated down the center. And sometimes it feels like there's a little bit of tension, but for the most part, we get along. There was an audible gasp and a visceral outrage that just hung in the air for the rest of that press briefing. And Brian and I were talking about it. You know, these folks think that they are entitled, just like the Associated Press. They think that it is their right to have access to the President of the United States, to be in the briefing room every day, to be in the Oval Office and on Air Force One. And at every event where the President is, it's not a right. It is a privilege. And I don't take that for granted any single day. Every time I get to walk through that security and show my badge and walk up to the White House, I pinch myself because it is an absolute privilege. And I certainly hope that the people over there who think that it is their right, that they have a little bit of a mind shift. I think that mind shift might be coming, whether they like it or not. All right, everybody, that's going to do it for us tonight. John is going to be back here with me tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern, as we are every night. And Grant Stinchfield is going to take you through the next hour. And my buddy Brian Glenn's going to hop on with Grant in just a moment.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. We have a lot of news to get to tonight, but we begin with a massive war going on inside the nation's intelligence agencies. The deep state is very angry. And nowhere does the deep state roam more than inside our intelligence agencies. I warned you on this program. When President Trump was elected, I believed that the FBI, the CIA, other agencies like it, were crime scenes, and that the document destruction would be far and wide. We are told that document destruction is being intensified now with Kash Patel headed in as the director of the FBI. This going on, though, in all of the intelligence agencies. So Anna Paulina Luna, the congresswoman from Florida, is now warning us that as she begins her work to declassify, and she's on a congressional committee looking at documents from JFK, MLK, the Epstein files, 9/11, COVID, that they are doing everything they can to keep the investigation from happening. The corruption is so far and wide, it could even be treasonous. Anna Paulina Luna was on with our buddy Charlie Kirk this morning.
And then we find out last night that an FBI whistleblower, Garrett O'Boyle, comes forward and says that he has knowledge that there are people at the FBI who, prior to Kash Patel's nomination and confirmation, that they were deleting and destroying evidence related to the documents that we were requesting. So there's absolutely an intelligence war happening.
An intelligence war is what she calls it. Now, I believe this document destruction has been going on for a long time. Another source is confirming that this war is very real, this time on my buddy Benny Johnson's podcast.
There are FBI servers that are sort of standalone, and people inside the FBI have been working night and day to destroy files on these servers. And I was told that once these files are destroyed, the way they are set up, that even Elon Musk could not restore them. So that's happening right now, as we speak. That's happening with Kash Patel being the director. It was happening before he got there.
And that, again, from an FBI whistleblower on with Benny Johnson. All of it is tremendously troubling. And then we get more word that inside the Central Intelligence Agency, that with all of the firings, with all of the buyouts, that the cockroaches are very angry. And the fear is now, from the few good workers that are left, is that some of these disgruntled intelligence analysts and agents would take the information they have on the road and potentially give it to foreign intelligence services. Now, that is treasonous. And when I tell you the deep state isn't just a distraction, the deep state isn't just deranged, it is absolutely dangerous and a threat to national security. I do believe President Trump and the others, like Kash Patel, will be able to root out the deep state inside these intelligence agencies, John Ratcliffe over at CIA as well. Which turns us to dismantling the giant establishment. You've got the deep state, but we know they work with the mainstream media. Well, President Trump and the White House team took a step to dismantle the grip the mainstream media has on the White House by doing away with the apparatus that the White House Correspondents Association would have say in who runs the pool inside the White House. Now, it all might sound a little inside baseball, except this is really putting the mainstream media on notice. Here to explain what really happened is Real America's Voice Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn. He is live for us in Washington tonight. Brian, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks, Grant. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so explain to us, you're there every day at the White House now, what this means, what really happened here.
Well, let me break it down to you real quickly. In order to gain access into the White House, the press room, you have to go through a process to get cleared. Now, the White House Correspondents Association is responsible for placing seats. They're the placeholders in the briefing room. They tell you who can sit down and who has to stand up and fend for themselves. They also, to a certain degree, can allow and disallow access into the briefing room and, of course, onto Air Force One. So what Caroline Leavitt did today was she sent an earthquake through Washington. She basically said to the establishment and the media who has been having such total control over that room that, you know what? You guys are no longer in charge. You're no longer going to control who goes in that room and who doesn't. And that's exactly what she did. She basically put the access to the briefing room, Grant, back in the hands of the people and really back into the hands of who it belongs to, the American people. And so for far too long, the White House Correspondents Association, who, as you recall, during these correspondents' dinner, love to put comedians and hosts to host these dinners. Those who hate Trump and they hate Republicans have been making fun of us from day one. All right. Those are the people who are no longer in charge of controlling that room, Grant.
All right, so let me ask you this. The big question then is, does Real America's Voice, does One America News, does The Blaze, does Newsmax, do they get a seat in the front row now instead of standing in the back of the room?
Well, her announcement today was saying, as we move forward, we're going to control who sits in this room. So as of right now, that seating chart is not out. But I can assure you that we are probably days, maybe a week away from a total change in that room. So, yes, I would anticipate One American News, Real America's Voice, and others to have a seat at the table this time, and that's great.
Well, that is great. And it's an exciting time to be in Washington. This is really, I mean, making history with what they're doing on so many levels, as we're going to get to a little bit more in the show. But Brian Glenn, I appreciate you breaking that all down for us. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
All right. So now we want to turn to other big news. I mean, President Trump is making news like left and right. This has to do with the war in Ukraine. The United Nations today, it was a blockbuster firework day. I want to try to explain this. I will oversimplify it for you. The General Assembly took up a resolution basically to blame Russia for the war in Ukraine. The United States wanted no part of that. The United States offered up a resolution in the Security Council, which is more powerful in many respects than the General Assembly, that didn't place blame on Russia. That passed. Well, both resolutions passed, one in the General Assembly. This one passed in the Security Council. The blockbuster news is the United States, for one of the few times I can remember on something like this, voted with China, Russia, and North Korea. Well, that sent Europe into a tailspin. But I want you to know, folks, this is everything about President Trump playing on a different plane. He is upending how we are going to negotiate the end to this war. He is looking at it through common sense eyeballs on how you end this war. And Europe doesn't know what to do with President Trump. Here is summing this up. They're fed up. Cut one. This is President Trump being asked about it by the mainstream media.
President called Zelensky a dictator. Would you use the same words regarding Putin?
I don't use those words lightly. I think that we're going to see how it all works out.
So he asked, you won't call Putin a dictator, but you call Zelensky a dictator. President Trump says he doesn't throw those words around lightly. You figure it out. Okay? Well, here's the real deal. Zelensky poses virtually no threat to the United States whatsoever. Putin actually does. There is power when someone else poses more of a threat than someone else. It's better to keep your enemies closer than it is to keep them far apart. Now, the United States and Ukraine are on the verge of cutting a deal for rare earth minerals. And then we get word Russia is on the verge of cutting a deal with the United States for rare earth minerals. All of these deals could include areas in Ukraine that are controlled by Russia. Do you see now how President Trump is piecing all of this together? And guess what it has to do with? Real world stuff, like money, folks, like money. So now, as I said, Europe doesn't know what to do. The war is about to end. And you had Boris Johnson, the former prime minister of Great Britain, who basically says these deals could be great.
of the resources deal, Donald Trump commits the United States to the freedom, sovereignty, and security of Ukraine. Yes, a lot of mineral profits will eventually come to the U.S., but, it's great, I think, that Ukraine should have a long-term economic partnership with the most powerful economy on earth.
So Zelensky may come to the United States on Friday. We're not sure yet, but we think that may happen. And the deal is this. The United States would split the revenue with Ukraine, 50% going to the United States. Is President Trump not a deal maker? You get the war over. We get aluminum from Russia. That is a possibility. Russia wants us to drop sanctions against us. If the war ends, good. Let's do it all. I'm for it. I'm for peace and the killing ending and prosperity all over the place. Well, joining me now, former special assistant to President Trump, Army Colonel retired Derek Harvey. Our good friend is back. Colonel, great to see you.
Good to be here, Grant.
All right. Did I just totally oversimplify all of that, or is that basically sum up what happened today?
I think you're right, and you're spot on. And here's how I would phrase it, okay? I'm amazed at the mainstream media inability to understand what Trump's doing, even after the first term. He is shaking things up, focused on activity and engagement to develop a new timeline and an opportunity. That's what he's done. He's shaken things up so that we can get a new deal, be it on minerals, strategic rare earth, and then we move to other opportunities. Take NATO off the table as a major stumbling block, and that's what he's been trying to do. He is brilliant in what he's doing, but they're not keeping up with him.
All right, what should we tell our liberal friends, and I love to give people talking points on this program, when they say, yeah, but he joined Russia and North Korea and China on this vote in a rare move. What should we be telling our liberal friends that are screaming and yelling about that?
Well, first of all, it didn't hurt us in any way to partner with them on a common sense United Nations Security Council resolution, even though the Europeans have their panties all tied up. I think the president is playing three-dimensional chess, and his opponents are thinking they're looking at a chessboard with a single lens, and that's the difference between the two sides. Just buckle up, go along for the ride, because the president has our best interests and the interest of bringing peace to the region, which is in the world's interest.
Yeah. And there is the money aspect to all of this. We could use the rare earth minerals. Both Russia and Ukraine, I'm sure, would love to sell the United States rare earth minerals. We'd profit off some of them in Ukraine. But I'll ask you, Colonel, what does it mean for the deposits that are in this Ukrainian areas controlled by Russia? President Trump has to be thinking about that. This has to be all part of his negotiating tactics here.
Well, that's correct. And about 40% of the known reserves in Ukraine are in those Russian-controlled areas. But that provides an opportunity for discussion and negotiation and coming with a deal in this area so that you open the door for another deal in the next room. And that's the brilliance of what Trump is doing. He's staying engaged, and he looks at opportunity leading to another opportunity to get us closer to peace.
I've got to believe Zelensky is looking at this through open to it. I've got to believe Putin is looking at this as being open to this deal. My assumption is Zelensky knows he may have to take whatever deal is given to him, but he's probably not very happy about all of the ways this is going down.
Well, I think you're right on that. And, the president, with his intelligence as an advisors, has a clear understanding about Putin's red lines and opportunities in engaging with them. They're not going to divulge all their cards at this point. It's one step at a time.
When you think about it, Colonel, we are so further along than Joe Biden ever was. And it's not just about ending the war. America could really benefit from this, and I'll give you the last word on it. We could really benefit financially from this, not to mention not having to send any more money, but literally taking 50% of the reserves from Ukraine. Last word.
It's a tremendous economic deal, but the president is not afraid to engage and talk with anybody if it will move the interests of the United States, those interests economically or strategically, forward. He will take those opportunities and take those risks. That's why he is so brilliant.
Yeah, he sure is. Colonel Derek Harvey, thank you. I appreciate it. As always, good to see you, my friend.
Take care.
All right. Now I want to turn to DOGE. I told you we got a lot of news, folks. I mean, President Trump is moving and shaking. I can keep up with him on this program because we operate like him. Never quite on that level, but we do got a lot of energy here at Real America's Voice, so we'll keep it moving. Now to DOGE. The 5 bullet points. The email that went out to roughly 3 million federal workers. Apparently 1 million workers had responded to the email. The media's going crazy. Oh, the poor federal workers. They've got to explain why they're useful. Like every major company that's worth its weight in anything would do for their employees. Ask them to review themselves. I've had to go through that type of exercise before. This is Allyn Rohrabacher talking to the mainstream media.
It's just such a non-issue. Think about the fact that we're having look at all of you standing here asking me why people are upset to answer to their boss, the American people, and the President of the United States, what you've done at work. What a ridiculous thing. I mean, it's as ridiculous as us having to say that boys can't play in women's sports. The fact that we are wasting American taxpayer dollars to even have to correct this is insane.
Well, the reason federal employees are upset about that is because they've never been asked to prove their worth about anything. They're federal employees. They skate. Sadly, not all. I know there's some good ones of you out there, but for the most part, you know what I'm talking about. Which brings us to DOGE, and I think one of the areas they need to get into, and that is Medicare and Medicaid. I'm not talking about figuring out ways to cut benefits unless you're talking about cutting benefits for dead people and people who don't deserve them. Not benefits for good people who deserve them. What I'm talking about is cutting the waste, fraud, and abuse and reckless, insane spending. I saw this pharmacist lay out this prospect of what the government pays for certain medications and what you can buy them for a cash price. Watch this.
The medication is dimethyl fumarate, and Medicare paid for the prescription 155,000 times in 2022. On average, they paid $3,800 each, which means that they spent $590 million on just one drug in just 1 year. But at my pharmacy that doesn't use insurance, that prescription only costs $65. If all 155,000 prescriptions were filled at that price, it would have cost $10 million total.
Well, wait, hold on a second. I can walk into his pharmacy and I can buy the drug for $65, but if Medicaid pays for it, it's $3,800? Do you see the disconnect of why our nation is broke? Come on, people, wake up. And they're screaming and yelling that somehow Elon Musk is doing the ill will of President Trump. We're saving a country here. On with me now, Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine for the Wellness Company, Dr. Kelly Victory is back with us. Dr. Victory, it's good to see you.
Great to see you as always, Grant.
All right, I'm sure you're not surprised by what that pharmacist said, but I think people out there watching may be, Dr. Victory.
The amount of fraud and abuse that goes on in the pharmaceutical industry and in healthcare in general, frankly, Grant, is overwhelming. It is an eye-opening experience for anyone to request, for example, the cash price for any procedure or good in medicine. I have good insurance myself, and if I go, for example, to get a CAT scan or an X-ray, that CAT scan might cost $1,500 or $1,800 to the insurance company. But if I ask what the cash price is, I might be able to pay only $200 or $300 for that same study. This goes on in the pharmaceutical industry. It is gouging by the insurance companies. It gets passed on then to the people paying the premiums. It's a real racket. And I'm certainly hoping when it comes to the Medicare and Medicaid side of things that Dr. Mehmet Oz, who has been recently tapped to run CMS under Robert Kennedy Jr. at HHS, I'm hoping they will start to dig into some of this. This didn't just happen. We've had decades of fraud and abuse.
Yeah. You know, I use the example, there's no rhyme or reason to it because it goes the opposite way as well. I had to go for my herniated disc, and they prescribed me a stronger acetaminophen, basically, over-the-counter medicine, but they prescribed it prescription strength. Do you know I got a bottle of like 80 pills? You know what it cost me, Dr. Victory? $2.50. Now, if I were to buy that off the shelf, it would have cost me $30 or $40 probably. Like, nothing makes sense in how we're doing this. And I know in the end, the American taxpayer is getting hosed, whether it's paying higher insurance premiums or whether it's paying higher taxes. Either way, we're on the losing end of this.
It is such a complex system, and it needn't be. We have an issue with middlemen doing the negotiating between hospitals or the providers of drugs and the producer of the drugs, the big pharma. Those middlemen jack the price up exponentially. It's fundamentally racketeering. They take a huge percentage and again pass that cost increase on to the end user, to the patient. Other things are expensive because they're still on patent. And once something is generic, the price all of a sudden tumbles to a fraction of what it was when it was available on patent. So the pharmaceutical companies have learned how to play that game, and they change the formulation just a tiny bit so that they can keep it from becoming generic and they can keep the prices high.
You know, it's amazing. You're talking about pharmacy benefit managers, specifically with Medicare and Medicaid. They're getting paid off a percentage of how much the drug sells for. Now, that would mean if you're a pharmacy benefit manager, you're incentivized to increase the cost of that drug. You would think we would incentivize them somehow to decrease the cost of the drug and let them make money when the cost goes down, and we'd end up all saving money. But that's not how the government works anymore. I think with President Trump, and I'll give you the last word, Dr. Victory, things are changing. He is taking a look at these things, just like Ukraine and Russia, as a business perspective of how do you go negotiate this from a businessman's perspective where the American taxpayer wins, America saves money, and everybody comes out on top.
100%. President Trump is absolutely going to look at it from the businessman's perspective. And add to that, that physicians, people in healthcare are doing it. The medical freedom movement is alive and well, Grant. Many physicians are choosing to opt out of this corrupt system, saying that they will not take medical insurance. They will go back to what people have called a concierge or a primary care practice that's direct to patients, to remove all of these additional players that end up adding in layer after layer of cost and do nothing to increase the quality of care, the type of care, or the outcomes that are seen by the patients.
Well, I do believe we'll see improvement, and I think we'll see drastic improvement under President Trump and Elon and RFK Jr. at the helm of HHS. It'll be a long process to get to where we want to be, but we will see some improvements, and I bet pretty quickly. Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine at the Wellness Company, Dr. Kelly Victory, thank you, as always.
Thanks for having me, Grant.
Absolutely. I guess you'd say it's fascinating to see how this works, but really it's more maddening is probably the adjective I would use. All right, hey, grass-fed beef liver. Did you know that it's one of the greatest concentrations of nutrients you can add to your diet? It plays a vital role in supporting your heart, brain, and immune system while boosting energy and improving overall health. Sacred Human's beef liver capsules offer a natural alternative to synthetic multivitamins, providing nutrients in a form your body knows how to use efficiently. Here's what you do. Visit sacredhumanhealth.com. Do it today. Use Patriot for 10% off and explore their full range of all-natural supplements. All right, a crazed transgender cult is now being accused of being responsible for a string of violence and murders spanning the nation. What is behind the vegan trans cult? That next. Welcome back, everyone. I want to go in depth tonight about an alleged transgender vegan cult. Yes, you heard that correctly. Transgender vegan cult. They're called the Zizians. Two of them are accused of a deadly killing of a Border Patrol agent. Those are the two accused killers you see on your screen there. The Border Patrol agent, we've told you about and talked about this before. He was murdered last month on the border between Canada and Vermont during a traffic stop. David Malin was the Border Patrol agent's name. Stopped those two you saw earlier and ended up in a shootout. And he was killed and left behind his loved ones. And it's a horribly, horribly tragic story. And I'm reading this and thinking, a vegan trans cult? What in the world is going on? Then I hear about another murder, this time of a gentleman from California. His name is Curtis Land. You see him there on your screen. Apparently he was upset that members of these Zizians were going to be camping or squatting on his property. Those Zizians apparently killed him too. This is his friend speaking out about that.
Basically, what led to it was the idea, I think, that these transgender, homicidal, computer scientist vegans thought that they could get away with not paying him any rent by killing him. And they jumped him and tried to chop him up and dissolve him in a tank of lye, was their intent.
Well, like most cults, these Zizians appear to be anarchists. And if you want to find out about anarchists, I know one guy at the top of the list that has been studying, investigating, following, exposing anarchists, Antifa members, cult members all over this country. He has been all over these wackos, the Zizians, senior editor for the Post Millennial and author of Unmasked, Inside Antifa's Radical Plan to Destroy Democracy. Andy Ngo is with us. Andy, it is good to see you. Thank you for coming on tonight.
My pleasure.
All right, Andy, the Zizians, you first say it, a transgender vegan cult, and you're like, this is real?
Yeah, the Boston Globe actually said that it sounded like it was made up from far-right memes, but it's not made up. There's a body count of at least 6 deaths linked to this group, and possibly 2 other deaths that haven't been formally linked as well. In the beginning, it was a bit hard for me to believe, just because on the surface, it's like you have all these components, right? Radical anarchists, Trantifa, veganism, geniuses, killing people across America. Really? Well, if the evidence bears out, and if what the prosecutors are saying is true, then yes, that's what happened. You had not just the murder of the Border Patrol agent last month, you had the victim of in California, who was also scheduled to testify in an upcoming trial against 2 of their members. So that case is in jeopardy. You have the mother and father of one of the members who were shot execution style in Pennsylvania, and several of the members who have died in the course of carrying out violent attacks themselves. So this is you could call them a modern day version of the Charles Manson cult, because they have a leader, they have writings and ideology and the means and the methods allegedly to kill people in an interstate conspiracy.
Andy, can you tell me the founder or leader of this group, Jack Ziz, how do you say his last name? I'm not sure, but what is it?
So Jack Lasota, that's his legal name. He has a number of aliases. All the members have aliases, and they do that to make it so that it's difficult to look into the backgrounds and also make it easier to escape scrutiny from law enforcement. Jack Lasota online wrote a number of blog posts that have allegedly radicalized people into joining his group. He used the name Ziz online. He also, at other points, used the name Andrea Phelps. He identifies as a female. He's originally from Alaska. Alaska, and he even interned for NASA several different times. He's extremely brilliant. And starting around 2016, he relocated to the Bay Area, and that was around the start of this Ziz terror cult. And the killings started, or attempted killing, I should say, started around 2022. And Jack Lesotho faked his death that year and has been on the run. And about a week ago, he was finally apprehended in rural Western Maryland in Appalachia.
How many followers do you think he has? And so that hence the name the Zizians for Jack Ziz. How many followers are part of this cult?
At its most, I believe the group had around a dozen members who were physically present in some form, like living on the commune. Of course, they exist also online, so there are a number of supporters who act sort of as auxiliary support for the group, and some of them are still out there sharing and spreading propaganda and lies to downplay the accusations against the group.
All right, you've been so instrumental in exposing Antifa. This anarchist mentality. Does this group fit in with the Antifa mentality? Are they anarchists? Are they all part of the same just radical ideology?
So now that there's been a number of arrests, a number of people who have been killed, the mainstream media is paying some attention to this, but they will downplay or omit the transgender and political ideology aspects to the group. So the writings of Jack Lesotho reveal that he's a radical anarchist and follows the same ideology of Antifa in that the state has no legitimacy and should not exist. And so that's why the group forms itself by living in communes to try to govern themselves, and they view themselves as sort of arbiters of what is right and wrong. They don't follow the law. If somebody gets in their way, they'll take steps to kill the person, as they've been accused to do, and this is clear in the writings as well. They have disdain in particular for law enforcement and also landlords. And some of the social media accounts that I've been able to find of some of the confirmed members, some of them who are in custody now, show that they followed the same Antifa accounts that I've investigated and reported on for the last 5 years.
Wow. It's fabulous work that you do, Andy No, and I urge everyone to follow you online. I know your Twitter account's great. Why don't you tell people where they can find you?
Andy-ngo.com. Thank you.
All right, there you go. My man, thank you. I appreciate you coming on. As always, keep us posted on this. You know, the reality is, he mentioned it, the mainstream media doesn't want to cover the transgender aspect of this. That Border Patrol agent that was killed, you read all these articles. They'll tell you about the two people that killed that man, David Malin. But they don't tell you it was a transgender duo that killed him. And they want to leave that out. And that's by design. It's lies by omission. We talk about that a lot on this program. All right, folks, the left is seething over reports of President Trump deporting children. Well, we have the full truth. That's next. It is no secret to all of you that America is the greatest, most precious nation on earth. That makes it very valuable. We shouldn't just be giving it away. Well, President Trump, the businessman that he is, has come up with a plan. A $5 million gold card. You want to immigrate to the United States? Well, you're going to have to pay $5 million for a gold card that would amount to green card privileges. And you're going to be very wealthy, obviously, to come here, probably a job creator, and you'll get a pathway to citizenship. That's a neat way to raise some money, Mr. President.
We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship. And wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful.
Here's my favorite part of this plan. President Trump is doing away with what's known as the EB-5 plan. I know this plan because I was helping foreigners come into the United States, find businesses they could invest in. You get 10 employees hired. You get basically the same privileges President Trump just said. But the whole thing turned out to be not a scam, but it was exploited and abused. And the 10 employees might not be real, and then they get laid off right after you have the business and the card. Doing away with EB-5. Now you got to buy a $5 million gold card. Now the left will freak out about this. They're also freaking out about President Trump's plan to deport unaccompanied minors. When I tell you unaccompanied minors, I actually believe these are 15, 16, 17-year-olds that actually are gang members. These are not 4-year-old infants, but the left will never tell you that. Here's one complainer.
I think there's a lot of space in between screaming amnesty for all and recognizing the inhumanity of what Trump is trying to do right now. Remember, he came into office not amid promises of deporting kids. I mean, this was supposed to be an effort to deport the criminals. And so where are we standing on criminals that you're deporting children right now?
Well, the unaccompanied minor scheme of the left is they want you to think these are all 2, 3, and 4-year-olds. They are not. They are military-aged or close to it men. Many of them over the age of 18, posing as unaccompanied minors because they ditched their documents. So I'm all for this. And many of them come in here, quote, unaccompanied, which means they're pawns. Get them back with their families. Joining me now, former Border Patrol agent and author of the newly released book called Treason, J.J. Carroll is with us. J.J., it is great to have you back on the program. Welcome, my friend.
Thank you very much for having me. Donald Trump is doing exactly what we asked. I don't know what that gentleman's talking about. We need all the illegal aliens removed from our country. And when you talk, you're absolutely correct, Grant. When you talk about UACs, unaccompanied alien children, there are a large segment of those are children, little babies, all the way to 17 years old. But you are also correct that there are endless amounts of criminal gang members in that. I have gone through this ad nauseum where these kids are going to high schools and they're saying they're 14, 15, 16, 17. No, they've been 20, 21, 22 years old. Why are we doing this? Why is there an argument? We have our own foster care system that is absolutely dilapidated. No funding for those kids. When are we going to take care of American kids? And another thing, a lot of these kids were kidnapped. They were kidnapped from Central America, a lot of them from Guatemala, and be brought here to America. Why would we not return them to their parents? Don't you think their parents would want their children back? I think the answer would be yes.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, and that's another aspect the left doesn't want to talk about, that this is sex trafficking and not just the situation of parents handing them off, which that does happen as well, but the fact that many of them are kidnapped and put into the sex trade and even garment industry. Los Angeles is a huge hub for all of that. Wouldn't you return these kids back to their parents? That really is a forgotten aspect in all of this, JJ.
It is. But we need to, if you want to be humane about this and you want to be compassionate and kind, those children need to go back to their countries and allow their countries to take care of their children. Now, our federal government
trafficked over 550,000 kids, unaccompanied alien children, into America, where, quote, a lot of them are already dead. By Donald Trump said that. They have lost 320,000 of them. I believe it's closer to 500,000 they've lost into sex trafficking, labor trafficking. We owe it to those kids to not only give them psychological help, all the mental, the emotional, and physical help through medical, but they need to be returned to their country so we can take care of our children. That's ultimately the issue. When are we going to talk about America and Americans? That's what I want to have the conversation about.
Yeah. You know, the balance from a humane perspective on this is I look at many of these children, and in fact, when you're talking about young children, not the military-aged males or older teens, but the kids, I do look at them as crime victims. Even the same ones where their parents just brought them here well-intentioned. They're still victims of crimes. You've got to balance that in a proper fashion, but it's not like we're just dumping them at their home country. I mean, we would imagine these unaccompanied minors would be put back in the hands of for safekeeping.
Yes, it has to be. Look, you are right. They're victims of this crime. Either their parents sold them, rented them, or they were kidnapped and brought up as little babies to 17 years old. This is a catastrophe that the previous administration thrust on America because they used that to destroy and create chaos in America. Now we have to unravel this chaos. We, being the Border Patrol, the Trump administration, are not the bad guys. You left us a horrible situation that we're trying to rectify. You did it. You leftist thugs, you traitors did this to America. Now how about you stop criticizing us and just say something very simple. Thank you. Thank you for unraveling the insanity that we threw into your lap.
Wouldn't that be nice? I don't think we're going to get that anytime soon.
We're not getting it. No.
It would be great. I urge everyone to go out and get the book Treason. And I'll tell you what, JJ, it's great having you on the program, as always.
Anytime, Grant. Thank you very much.
All right, you got it, my man. And to think, folks, listen to this. 70% of Democrats surveyed think the border disaster was an accident on Joe Biden's behalf. And you want me to tell you that Democrats, for the most part, aren't dumb? I don't know. I think they really are. All right, one of my favorite places, Graceland. And I mean that. Elvis's old home. Yes, the Elvis estate was involved in a massive fraud attack. We have the details next. I'll tell you what, folks, criminals get creative these days. Imagine trying to steal Graceland. Yes, the former home of Elvis Presley, which is now a great museum, by the way, which was one of my favorite tours. That's Graceland. You had a Missouri woman who created a, I guess, foreclosure scheme that when Lisa Marie Presley went into debt, she was claiming that she controlled some of that debt. They were going to foreclose on the house, and she was going to ultimately take control of Graceland. Well, the FBI got involved and busted her. And apparently today she pled guilty to all of that. I want to bring in now investigative reporter with Home Title Lock. John Summer is with us. HomeTitleLock.com/Stinchfield is the website. Promo code ST25. But John, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Grant. Appreciate it.
All right. Why don't you run this down for me? So she pled guilty?
Yeah, I mean, this is really an anomaly in the world of deed theft or title theft or what the FBI used to call home stealing. And this woman, as you laid out, she actually impersonated herself as a Nigerian crime syndicate and managed to concoct this scheme where Lisa Marie took out a loan on the home, and the loan became due, and this woman, as the crime syndicate, the loan company, put the home on the auction block in order to fulfill her obligation on the loan. But Grant, this is a rarity. Usually what happens in the world of home title theft or deed theft is that the criminal will, with the internet and with artificial intelligence, can fake their name on a deed and then steal the title to that home. And then what they want to do is they don't want the property. What they want is the value of the property, Grant, and they can extract the value either by selling the home without the owner knowing, but more likely it's going to be they're going to take out a loan or multiple loans on this property and take the money and put it into an offshore account, and they're gone before the owner of the home, you, me, anybody out there, is a victim of this, and they're gone before you even find out about it.
And this is happening more and more, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a new crime, but in terms of law enforcement departments, it is, because it's never been on their radar. I mean, normally it's somebody comes into your home and they'll steal stuff in there, or somebody will hit you over the head and steal your watch. This has not been on their radar because it really hasn't been identified as a crime. But for most people, this is the most stealth, devious kind of a crime that you can get, because your home, your property, whatever it may be, your grandmother's house, whatever, it's the equity in the home that they want. And if they take that, you're in bad shape, and you don't know about it until it's way too late and the loan company comes calling.
Do victims run into the problem? And I see this often with police. They'll say, oh, you know what, this is a civil case. It's not a crime. And they don't understand what's really going on, like a roofer who takes your money to do the roof and just runs away with it. They'll tell you that's a civil crime, not stealing your money. Same thing happened here? Is it like now you got to have to fight with police in order to investigate?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the problem, because what they recognize as a crime is, like, you see all these famous athletes where these crime syndicates are saying that they're on an away game, and then they break into their house and they'll steal stuff out of it. That's a crime. Law enforcement understands that. What they're just starting to understand is this stealth crime of deed theft, where they steal the title and they take out a loan and then they're gone, and they're only now, in other words, crime law enforcement people are just starting to identify this as a crime. And even if they recognize this as a crime, they can't get the criminal, because the criminal's already taken off with your money.
Yeah.
Then you have to go through the court system. You have to hire an attorney. You know what that's all about.
Here's the best thing, and for any kind of crime, don't be a victim, right? Figure out ways to make sure you're not a victim. And you guys over at Home Title Lock are doing that for folks. So I'm going to tell people, John, how to get in touch with your company, HometitleLock.com/Stinchfield. That's HometitleLock.com/Stinchfield. Use the promo code ST25. That's ST25. And they'll help you. They will monitor the title to your home. Anything strange happens, you're going to know about it, and they're going to be on it for you, all right? The website address is on your screen. One young man gives it to a leftist reporter at CPAC over his ICE costume. It's pretty good. Next. You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeart Media.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are.
From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Well, CPAC, the annual conference for conservatives, brings all kinds. People that love to throw little jokes around, and then, of course, the leftist YouTuber that wants to confront conservatives. It didn't go so well for the leftist YouTuber.
But yeah, if you want some entertainment, wear this and go to a Home Depot in a sanctuary city like where I live right now, Washington, D.C., and you'll see all the illegals, not all of them, but you can maybe see a lot of them start to run away, and you feel like a group fitness instructor. It's really good.
And you actually think that's funny?
I think it's hilarious, absolutely. What's not funny is them illegally...
There you have it, everybody.
There you have it, everybody. He can't take a joke. Now, is it in the best of taste joke? I don't know. Is it funny? I don't know. Wouldn't get me really all that upset, but of course, that, I'm sure, leftist, whatever he is, was just beside himself. That's it for us. Stinchfield's Army rolls. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow night.
live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Glad you're in. Real America's Voice. Welcome on in, everybody. Slick Rick's here. He's going to be doing sports. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
How was your day?
I'm a little annoyed, but I'm good. I got dusted at a meeting I wasn't too happy about.
Oh!
Yeah, very rare that I get ghosted at a meeting. But
Ghosted or dusted?
It was a community meeting, yeah. It was a different organization, but it was just, I was there. I thought I was going to get a chance to speak. I didn't get a chance to speak. I had 10 people come up to me, well, maybe 8 people, and say, I'm surprised you didn't get to speak. And I'm like, it's one of those things. It's okay. Actually, one of them watches the show, but he's on the good guy list.
Oh, I was going to say, okay, because we could just hammer him right now, right here.
No,
we have this show for.
Matt's a good guy.
Take out our grievances against whoever we want, Slick.
Yeah, it's okay. I had some good stuff to tell them that I thought they should have known.
Us here,
do it now. No, I'm not going to get into it here.
This is your
guys.
avenue.
This is a national show.
Community development. Let's go.
Exactly. Community. I wanted to tell them about
You're
this.
Community organizer like Obama.
I'm on the School Education Foundation. I wanted to give an update on the gala we're doing with that at Flower Fields, right by your house, around the block there. Beautiful place. Yeah. Also, Vice President MacArthur's Business Alliance. We're doing a big event at the airport, a hangar fest, 500 people, airplanes, jets, music. Come on down, everybody. And in addition to, I wanted to give them a quick update on what's going on in Holbrook. I've only been the president 25 years there. We got a lot going on.
I mean, you don't sound bitter at all, so that's good.
No, you know what it is? It's just read the room, guys. You know what I mean? So, good.
Exactly.
Hope they see
Another cup of coffee, please.
Come on, guys. Read the room.
I'm not shouting any names out. I'm not shouting any names out.
Whisper them to me. I'll shout them out.
Yeah, no. We won't do that.
It's
okay.
What's coming
it's
up?
It's not about me. It's about
sports.
People,
seems a little insignificant now. What's coming up in sports?
Well, President Trump says the Eagles are going to get an invite to the White House.
Yes,
so that's official news, more or less. And Maine high schools getting police protection amid this trans athlete controversy. They literally have police at the high schools now concerned, I guess, what's going to happen on both sides. Travis Kelce's coming back. I'm sure everybody's been waiting on
he is.
With bated breath on that one. He's not ready to retire.
He made my day.
And we got a big Islander Ranger game going on tonight as well. Vin's probably keeping an eye on that. Last check.
Keeping an eye on you. Keeping an eye on that.
Exactly.
Okay, very good. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to do the news. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
Anything in the news strike you today?
I don't know if anything in the news struck me today, but there was a story that I didn't get to cover last night that now seems to be picking up steam. So I'd like to hit that if we may.
And I see you wearing Dan Bongino shirts here.
All right.
Tonight. Don't get dead.
In a tribute to our new deputy director. Don't Get Dead shirt.
Don't Get Dead. Nice. Dan Bongino's store.
Yes.
Yep. One of his very fine clothing merch deals that he has for sale.
Yeah.
I saw a little bit Bongino today. He's going to do shows, I think, through March
14th.
14th, yeah.
Yep.
We're still going to do a handful of shows.
The left is still losing their minds.
They're losing their minds, and he did a good job today. Oh, by the way, Vin's here. Vinny Mac. Vin, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, and I want you to know I got your memo, and I'm working on the 5 things I did this week.
Yes, please
and
get that
I'll
back
get them
to me.
across to you.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm only down to 2. But I got 3 more, and it's still early.
I don't need an email from you to know you did nothing, and certainly not 5 things this week for sure. So, but you're never going to be fired, so it doesn't really matter.
He's got 5 instances of nothing ready to go.
Yeah,
need to extend my nap time. I think
exactly. I mean, we know you haven't done 5 things, so at least not for this show. But,
yeah, well, okay.
Yeah. Anything caught your attention in the news today?
Oh yeah.
Boy, how about the gold card?
Exactly. I was just going to mention that. It's a genius idea. It's another genius idea. I just love this stuff, man. He's hitting in points that are so beneficial to everybody and manage the problem. You want to come here? You want to get a green card? You want to be able to work? Want to do all this stuff? $5 million. We'll expedite you.
Yeah, and you'll get a gold card.
And you get a gold card
instead of a green one.
I mean something.
Do you think that it's obviously it's going to favor the ultra wealthy?
It is, but okay.
Yeah.
Why not? We want their money here.
I mean, obviously, yes. What I'm saying is, do you think that that's a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing. Why? We want their money here. Someone spends $5 million on one of these cards. What are they going to do while they're here? They're going to rent boats. They're going to go hotels. They're going to buy property. They're going to eat at restaurants, expensive restaurants. It's going to help everybody. They're not just going to be people, looking for, to start their life over again, I guess. And there's a place for those people. But $5 million for a gold card? Yeah, they're spending some bucks here. I love it. Personally, I think it's everything that tax breaks do, something like this.
Okay. All right, we'll talk a little bit more about it. We have clips of the president today. I mean, I streamed it, so I have it on our X. when the president talked about this today, broke the news today. It didn't even seem like he really was going to break the news today. I think he said they've been thinking about this for the last week or so. Howard Lutnick was in there today. RFK Jr. was in there today with the president as he signed a couple executive orders. Friend of the show, Will Scharf, who I love seeing there with the president, of course, was there. Great attorney. And the president said they weren't really set to roll this out. They weren't sure where they were, but he just rolled it out.
Yeah.
He just said, "Here's what we're going to do."
It's kind of like what we've been getting since day one of 2.0 Trump. Is every day it's something new, and whether it's pre-planned or not, he throws it out there, sees what the response is, and I guess a lot of people like this idea.
Yeah, they talk about these ideas. You know, he has a little team. They brainstorm. They go through stuff like we would maybe if we had a little business together. Yeah, we're like, what do you think of that? You know, it's a good idea. They vet it through. They look at it a little. In a couple of weeks, a decision's made, and here it is.
Yeah,
that's leadership.
And sometimes it's done on purpose, where you shoot for the moon and hope that you at least get someplace close in between. Yeah. And you're happy because that's the win. Say you're going for the moon, but you only made it to the outer atmosphere. Okay, well, you didn't expect to get to the moon anyway. Right. And you were hoping just to leave Earth's orbit. Well, hey, now you're halfway there. Yeah. That's a win.
It's part of his whole strategy. Right, it seems like everything he does is transactional to that in that way.
Right. You know, the example of the Gaza. You know, is we're going to come in and we're going to make it beautiful. We're going to take it over. We're going to run it. We're going to do it.
Look at the waterfront property. Right. I mean, all that stuff.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, you know, after a couple of days, all the surrounding nations are like, well, maybe we could have a hand in that. And that's exactly what he wanted. He wanted to spur them to move so he doesn't have to commit as much.
That's right.
You want to hear the president talking about this today?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, here it is, the revelation of the gold card today from President Trump.
We're going to be doing something else that's going to be very, very good. We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship, and wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful. And never been done before or anything like this, but it's something that we're going to be putting out over the next, would you say 2 weeks, Howard? Do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Sure.
President, are there requirements for that gold
card?
Do you have to invest a certain amount of money in this country in order to qualify for that gold card? Yeah, exactly.
So the EB-5 program was really you lend some money, but it was full of nonsense, make believe, and fraud, and it was a way to get a green card that was low priced. So the president said, rather than having this sort of ridiculous EB-5 program, we're going to end the EB-5 program. We're going to replace it with the Trump Gold Card, which is really a green card gold. So they'll be able to pay $5 million to the U.S. government. They'll have to go through vetting, of course. We're going to make sure they're wonderful, world-class global citizens. They can come to America. The president can give them a green card, and they can invest in America, and we can use that money to reduce our deficit. Why do we give out lotteries of green cards? Why do we give out EB-5 for green cards? The president of the United States understands that the right answer is, why don't we eliminate the deficit of the United States of America instead?
The gold card, well, millions, but the gold card will bring in with it people that create jobs, very high-level people. I think companies will pay to get people in. For instance, you today graduate from the Wharton School of Finance or Harvard or Stanford or any college, and nobody knows if you can even go to work for a company. So Apple and all these companies that want to get people to be working for them will be able to buy a card, and for the people that are number one in their class at top schools, I see that as one of the things. But generally speaking, it'll be people with money and people that create jobs, and they won't have to pay any tax on income outside of the United States, which they're not paying right now. They're not citizens, but they'll have to pay if they create jobs in the United States. They'll pay full taxes like everybody else. So you're getting big taxpayers, big job producers, and we'll be able to sell maybe 1 million of these cards, maybe more than that. And if you add up the numbers, they're pretty good. As an example, 1 million cards would be worth $5 trillion. $5 trillion.
Wow.
And if you sell 10 million of the cards, that's a total of $50 trillion. Well, we have 35 trillion in debt. That'd be nice. So we'll see. But it could be great. Maybe it will be fantastic. We have it all worked out from the legal standpoint. It's totally legal to do. Hasn't been done before. It's been done in many different forms. We give them away. Why should we give them away? We shouldn't give them away. And I think it's something very exciting. I think it's potentially just something that we're all very excited about. We're going to be.
There you go.
That's amazing.
It's exactly what we were talking about, and the points that he made. It's going to bring jobs. It's going to bring more commerce. It's going to bring more tax revenue, and it might actually pay down the debt a little bit, even if it pays down 1% of the debt. Any little movement to this. The other thing, I do a lot of international travel. I think you guys know this, between Africa and Europe and Asia and all kinds of stuff, and folks. There's a lot of wealthy people in this world, and they want their kids to come here, and they want to come here. They don't want to have to be here all the time. They have their homes or wherever they live, but they want to come here, and then they got to deal with the visa, and they got to deal with all these various things. Here's a path. If you've got some dough, here's a path. Great. Got my green card. Got my green card for my kid. Got my green card for my wife, and there you go.
Don't you mean gold card?
I mean the gold card. Yeah, I meant gold card. Did I say green card? Yeah. Wait till the black card comes out.
Oh my goodness. The only thing is, I think he's wrong when he says it hasn't been done before. This has been done before, but usually it's privately. You funnel money to somebody's pocket, and they run your stuff through and get you and your, your family.
Called a bribe.
Yeah, exactly. It's called a bribe. So now at least the government's going to get this money, and hopefully, like they said, pay down some debt. Hopefully.
Yeah. I bet you Rachel Maddow's very happy about this.
So now, people who are opposed to the H-1B, we talked about a couple months ago, as he was talking about stapling green cards to every college diploma. And of course, obviously right now, the Trump administration is fixated on immigration and deporting people. And of course, the numbers right now are maybe we can get 500-800 deportations a day. Do you juxtapose this, which looks like almost an expansion now of immigration, where a few months ago we were talking about we need to cut off for sure illegal immigration, but we still need to take a serious look at legal immigration, and because we have too much of that too, and now here we are expanding it in a way.
Well, we're expanding it in a way with the type of people we probably want coming into this country too. I mean, we want educated, we want smart people going to contribute to our economy, and then we want people who got some money to spend it here. It's not a free for all,
right? And $5 million is it's not some people can throw that away. I understand that, but I think a lot of people would take that as a serious investment.
Is that dollars or lira? I'm not sure.
Pesos.
All right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Just getting started. More on the gold card.
Yeah,
we're back right after this.
Did not know that.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's going to get to some news. Vinnie Mac's going to have some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Sean Spicer says, plenty of nice perks with this new gold card. The I Sent Elon My 5 Things Today t-shirt that you get for free and the Project 2025 coffee mug are very well made. So that's two of the perks you get with the gold card. So,
Thanks for looking up.
So you two are going at it and not going at it, but going back and forth a little bit here in the break. And I'll say it again. As we sat here a couple months ago and said, H-1B visas stapled to every college graduate, terrible idea. Legal immigration, we know, terrible idea. Trump administration, Tom Homan, after it now. We need to take a serious look and shut down all legal immigration because we have too much of that. We need to get a handle on all of it. That was 2 weeks ago to 2 months ago. Today, the gold card seemingly is now expanding. Yes, legal. Yes, expensive. Yes, possibly going towards good things. But it seems like, well, can you walk both sides of this fence? Delgado, you called it swarmy. I think your word.
It sounds a little swarmy to me.
Oh, come on.
Just because, what does it sound like? You're selling access, and I thought we were trying to be above that. I thought we weren't trying to be Democrats, right? Democrats, it's all about, your exclusive access. Oh, you can be in our club. You can hang out with the Sheldon Whitehouses of the world and go to Martha's Vineyard and kick out all the immigrants that they try to send over. It just kind of sounds swarmy. Why do we need a gold card?
Well, a lot of countries...
Does it make that person extra special?
Yes.
Does it elevate him above other people who are trying to get here too?
This isn't new. I'm actually involved in a project where we're doing something not too dissimilar to this. And this happens all over the world.
What's it called? The Swarmy card?
It's called swarmy.com. 1-900-SWARMY. Call immediately. It's about buying a very expensive piece of real estate in a country that you can get residency for, so you can have tax breaks and so on. This is happening all over the world. Happens in Dubai, happens in St. Kitts, happens all over the Caribbean. It's happening in Africa. That's where I'm working on this. And the incentive is, come move here. You got to spend X amount of dollars on your place. That's the minimum. You get that, and you automatically have residency here, and you can plant your flag for 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, whatever that is, and get a tax break because we have zero, low taxes in those places. They're doing that. It's not an unusual thing. In this case, we're basically saying, look, we got to get immigration under control, but why not take in some people that are going to help the economy? How about bringing in people that actually help us be better, generate revenue? And there's a lot. Listen, we don't know enough. Right? There's just not enough information yet. So maybe we're jumping the gun a little. Maybe I'm jumping the gun a little. I just like the idea, the premise of the idea that it helps pay down the debt and it brings in people that are going to, move our economy forward. Not backwards, again, not sideways, not dependent, all that.
I'm all for that if that's actually what it does.
Yeah, fair enough.
We always see where these things start out with great intentions and they go sideways and all of a sudden it turns into another USAID. Where you're funding things that were never meant to be done. It's just because there are bad people, and unfortunately, bad people make their way into good systems or good programs, and they have a knack of screwing them up. So I just and thank you for correcting me. It's smarmy with an M, not.
I'm going to have to check the spelling on that.
So thank you. Yeah. But it just sounds kind of blech. It sounds icky to me.
No, it's fair points. I mean, listen, my viewpoint is what I said, but I hear where you're coming from. I think anything that inspires more commerce in our economy and brings in cash into the Treasury, that's a pretty good thing, especially the levels we're talking about.
And you know what? It's
not $5.
And there are some pretty bad people that have a lot of money.
Yeah.
So you want to send a couple guys to screw some things up, maybe some soft targets. I'm sure there are terrorist countries out there with a couple million to spare. Be like, oh, we'd like to have this guy to come in.
Well, you know what it takes to get a green card. I mean, that's part of it. You have to go through a lot of background checks and security. So anyhow, we're not there yet. The idea's out. We'll see what happens.
Yes.
All right, 21 past the hour. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you shop at MyPillow, which many of you love to do, and we appreciate it. It's a great way to support Mike, great way to support the show. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, let's get to the scoreboard. Big D, couple of games going on. NCAA Men Division I basketball. We got number 2 Duke hosting Miami, up 57-34, 15 to go there in the second half. And we got Georgia right now leading number 3 Florida, 64-48, 14 to go there in the second. Boy, the Gators need a big comeback there down in Georgia. Marquette leads Providence 50-39, 13 to go there in the second half. And Oklahoma State and Iowa State pretty much just underway, 11 to go in the first, 18-12. Oklahoma State, the Cowboys leading right now. Tennessee at LSU, that's 9 p.m., as is Mississippi State and Alabama. A couple other games down the line too, but I'll get to those a little later. NHL action right now, the Bruins blanking the Maple Leafs 2-0 at the TD Garden, 10 to go there in the second. The Ducks lead the Sabres 2-0, 13 to go there in the second. Also in the second, the Canadians blanking the Hurricanes 3-0 up in Montreal. Flyers over the Penguins 2-1, 8 to go there in the second. With 13 to go in the second, the Flames blanking the Capitals 2-0. Blue Jackets over the Stars 4-2 right now. Oilers lead the Lightning 1-1, end of one. End of one in Bailey Score Arena. Right now, the Rangers are up 3-1 over the New York Islanders. No surprise there. Kraken and Blues, no score.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and on and on. Busy schedule now. I guess the NHL's got to catch up after that long Nations 4 face-off there. NBA action right now. Celtics 71-62 over the Raptors. 8 to go there in the third. And the Cavs lead the Magic 45-24. 7 to go there in the second. And Eagles to receive White House invite after Super Bowl 59 win. Trump says there were rumors Eagles would not attend. We talked about this last night on the show. Ryan Mulrick of Fox News. Despite rumors that the Philadelphia Eagles would not attend the White House to celebrate their recent Super Bowl 59 victory, President Donald Trump announced Tuesday that he will extend the invite. And we have the cut 14. Aaron, if you could roll that.
The Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. Are they being extended an invitation?
They will be. We haven't yet, but we will be. I thought it was a great performance by them, and absolutely they'll be extended that invitation. Would you do that right away, by the way? We'll do it right away. We're going to do it sometime today. And they deserve to be down here, and we hope to see them.
Oh, that's fantastic, boy. They talk about get it done right away, right? No haste, no. He's got the girl printing out the invitation right as he's doing the talk.
He's their lucky charm.
Yes.
They won the Super Bowl when he was president last time, and they won it when he's president now.
Amazing.
They should be coming and kissing the ring.
City of Philadelphia should be voting heavy red next election, right? We're going to flip Pennsillania.
I'm with you on that, man.
That needs to get flipped anyway.
If only that worked for the 76ers, right, Slick?
Wow, that's another flip of a different color. They're not doing too well there, but that's another story. Maine High School gets police protection amid trans athlete controversy. Trump spat with Governor Janet Mills. Maine's enabling of trans athlete has been thrust into the national spotlight this past week. Jackson Thompson of Fox News. I won't have a lot of time, but I'll try to get through as much as I can. Police protection was assigned to Greeley High School in Maine last week after one of the school's transgender athletes who was thrust into the national spotlight per multiple reports. The school is home to a transgender track and field athlete who recently took first place at a girls' state pole vault competition. We talked about that on the show as well. The athlete who recently competed in the boys category outjumped every other female by half a foot, and the winning pole vault was pivotal in helping Greeley High School win the Class B state championship meet by a single point. Due to the win, the trans athlete is also automatically qualified for the multi-state regional championships, taking the spot that would have been awarded to the female athlete who garnered second place had the dispenser competed in the boys division. Last week's news of the athlete's win went national after it was publicized by State Representative Laurel Libby. When students returned from school district vacation this week, the police presence at the school reportedly heightened after a highly publicized spat between President Donald Trump and Governor Janet Mills over the state's refusal to comply with Trump's recent executive order to ban biological males from girls' sports. So this insanity continues, Big D, and now they need police protection at some of these schools. What a shame. 1 point they lost that meet by. Devastating for those young ladies.
Insanity is really the only word.
That's a wrap.
All right. News with Delgado and Vin coming up live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular. My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month. Very simple.
It's been amazing. I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-726-2125
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night, February 25th. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in, everybody. Make sure you follow us on all of our social media at LFS6B, pretty much everywhere. Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, X, Getter, Truth, all at LFS6B. Actually, Instagram is LFS6B Show. But follow us on all our social media. We're there somewhere. You can find us pretty easy. Just search LFS6B. It'll probably come up. Follow us wherever you can as we try to grow the social medias. And head over to livefromstudio6b.com, by the way. Bunch of brand new stuff rolled out. We got some Vinnie Mac stuff that's going to be rolling out pretty soon as well. Brand new stuff in the store, brand new layout on the website, brand new rewards program that just rolled out today as well. If you're signed up there and you purchase anything on the site, start to gather points and you can start using them for, well, free merch or events that we're going to do or anything else. So make sure you join the rewards or loyalty program, I think it's called. That's over at livefromstudio6b.com as well. So let's do some news here to kick off the bottom of the hour. And the news is brought to you by our friends at Freedom Force Nutrition, available also at livefromstudio6b.com on the health and wellness page. Rick Delgado's got it. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, some news coming out of the White House today is President Trump was signing executive orders, one of which had to do with making healthcare prices transparent today. He signed the executive order directing the Departments of Treasury, Labor and Health, and Human Services to make healthcare prices transparent. The order directs the departments to rapidly implement and enforce the Trump healthcare price transparency regulations, which he claims were slowed by the Biden administration. The departments will ensure hospitals and insurers disclose their actual prices, not estimates, and take action to make prices comparable across hospitals and insurers, including prescription drug prices. So hopefully that's a good one for, of course, people that are going to be affected by all this, which is, most of America dealing, when you're dealing with the healthcare industry, it's always an issue with prices. And people get whacked with these high bills. Hopefully this will be one of the solutions as RFK starts to take a hold of Health and Human Services. He was also there today. Did you see Trump? Of course, while throwing out the invitation for the Eagles, he also came across some hats that somebody sent in. Did you see him throw away some hats?
Some new ones. Trump was right about everything, yes.
Yes. This is cut number 4. It's proving once again, every single day, whenever he's doing something, you never know what's going to happen. Here he is giving away some hats to the press. Cut number 4.
Give me all of them. Look. See that? Trump was right about everything. It just came in. Somebody said, this was sent in by a fan. I said, I think we should make some of them, right? But we were, pretty much. You want one?
I'll pass.
Are you allowed to take one? He'll consider it. I know him well. He's sort of a stiff. Brian, you're not a stiff. You're sort of a stiff guy. He'll take other things, but not a free hat.
Always say yes to the president. Always say yes to the president.
Would anybody like one?
He's priceless. He really is.
He was
good for him. I'd say the
Brian
same
Glenn,
thing
too.
Yeah, that was Brian who caught the hat. He knew Brian would take one. I don't know who the stiff was. Probably from AP. And AP's not allowed in there, but who knows?
Man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
bunch of stiffs, by the way, except for Brian. Brian's the standout.
Yep.
I love the fact that he also said he'll take other things, but not a hat. I was like, what did he mean by that?
Yeah, he'll take other things, all right.
That's a wink.
Well, I mean, did you ever see the wide shot of the press briefing room? I mean, other than Brian standing over there, I mean, they look like a bunch of stiffs, don't they?
They do. I've seen it. Oh, come on. Terrible.
Bunch of lamos.
Here he is, cut number 9. Here's President Trump responding to a question about an executive order that he signed that could be, as this reporter frames the question, as targeting people. Here it is, cut number 9. Check out his response to this.
So what do you say to people who worry that targeting an individual firm or individuals who aren't Jack Smith?
Excuse me, I've been targeted for 4 years, longer than that. So you don't tell me about targeting. I was the target of corrupt politicians for 4 years, and then 4 years after that. So don't talk to me about targeting.
Yeah, exactly. And the targeting that he's talking about is the executive order he dubbed the deranged Jack Smith executive order. This is cut number 13. Here he is just before he signs that. Cut 13. Check it out.
At the outset of your administration, sir, you committed to ending the weaponization of government, to holding those accountable who participated in the weaponization of government.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening? Deranged Jack Smith. We're going to call it the Deranged Jack Smith signing or bill. Go ahead.
One law firm that provided pro bono legal services to the special counsel's office under Jack Smith's leadership was Covington and Burling. As a result of those actions, we're now going to be suspending and putting under review the security clearances for the attorneys and employees at that firm who worked with Jack Smith's team. And we're going to continue holding the people who were responsible for the weaponization of government and who supported it accountable for what they did.
And you'll be doing this with other firms as time goes by, right?
We're looking at sort of the whole panoply of options.
The weaponization of our system by law firms, even pro bono work they're doing just in order to clog up government, stop government. And nobody knows about it more than me. And hopefully that'll never happen again.
So the Covington and Burlington?
Covington and Burlington.
Yeah, so there you have it, signing the executive order. Again, reviewing all their security clearances and everything that went down in that investigation. And the last clip from President Trump at the White House, he did a bunch of stuff there today, but I think this was probably the most fun he had. This is cut number 8. Here is Donald Trump surprising the first White House tour that they've had there in years. Check this out, cut number 8.
But I want to thank you very much for coming. The tour is so great. We did such a good job. First Lady worked very hard in making it perfect, and I think you're going to really love it. And I heard you were here, and I said, let's stop by and say hello. And it's a group of very smart-looking people, I must say. Very smart. Maybe someday you'll be here as the president, right? Somebody in this group has a chance. Have a good time. Have a great tour. And you're going to give them a special tour, okay? You're going to get a special tour. Have fun, everybody.
That's just amazing. It's so positive,
Yep.
The positivity coming out of this White House and just the vibe, the smiles, the goodwill, whatever it is you want to call it.
He's having fun.
Well,
He's having fun.
He's having a great time.
He's having a great time.
When you have somebody who can walk out there unannounced, rehearsed, and just go out there and talk, it helps. So, I think the last guy could have done that, even if he wanted to. What the hell was he going to do? Go out there and stare at him?
Yeah.
He would have been like that character on Carol Burnett show there, what Tim Conway did, Mrs. Hawkins. That's all he would do, like a total stiff.
Yeah.
Mr. Tudball just
mumbled to himself. What was he going to do? Right. So, yeah. Let the fun begin at the White House again with a guy who knows how to have fun.
Even on that weaponization thing, people were like, oh, are you going to weaponize, all these things now and get back at these people? No, he's cleaning them out. He's not weaponizing them. He's bringing people to justice. That's what the left doesn't understand. They think he's taking advantage of these executive orders that he's putting through there. But these are the bad guys, okay? We're taking them out.
Yeah. Yep. I think that's what a lot of the people on the left don't understand, because anything Trump, they're against. So anything these people did, whether it was slightly illegal or majorly illegal, they were fine with, because it's all a means to an end, right?
Well, it was all against Trump.
It was all against Trump. Yeah. So anything goes. The ends justify the means. That's what they were after. That's what they wanted. They didn't get it. Now the boomerang is coming back, and they better duck.
Yep.
All right, we'll do some more news with Delgado, but what else has been on your mind, Vinnie Mac, besides this? Now, before we get to that, by the way, the House did pass the budget resolution tonight, 217-213. Thomas Massey was the only Republican who voted no. Unfortunately, he's the only one, because realistically, the numbers on this are not great. And when this thing goes to reconciliation, Tim Burchett had reservations on this. He caved, voted for it. Other Republicans had reservations for it. They caved, voted for it. And, of course, the laugher is going to be when it actually comes to reconciliation next month, when the rhinos decide not to vote for it because they think that it goes too far. I hope the president's willing to make the calls then, too, that he did tonight to pressure the guys who had concerns about adding $20 trillion or so. At least the speculation could be that it could be upwards of that to the debt over the next 10 years. I hope he makes the same calls.
I have no doubt he will. Do you doubt that he would make those calls?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I just don't know how they can think that this is a good first step. When the media is saying this is a big win for Mike Johnson, I have big question marks about this resolution. So we'll go over some of the details of what's in it here in a second. But Vinnie Mac's here. What else has been on your mind, Vinnie?
You know, if you recall, I think last week when I was on, we talked a little bit about Ukraine and Russia and Trump. And the last few days, and probably the last week, the left has had their hair on fire as usual. They're on fire with just about everything. But this whole Russia thing has been a particularly crazy issue, even for some Republicans, because Trump has been very outspoken and somewhat in support of Russia. And on the surface, to the layman, to the ones who might not have read The Art of the Deal, those who don't really understand how this guy operates, they may want to panic themselves. But it's all about Trump's first step. And if you read The Art of the Deal, which I read when it came out, by the way, one of the key things he talks about in that book is you have to be willing to walk away for real. No deal can be negotiated well if you're not willing to walk away. So what has Trump actually done here? Well, looks like Ukraine just agreed to make a deal with us on their minerals. Initially, Zelensky and Trump talked about this. They didn't get it right. They didn't get along. They didn't agree. And he basically said, okay, you're not going to agree? Fine, you go back where you're going. I'm going to go deal with Russia. And he put all of that pressure on Zelensky with all of even the UN vote, which seemed outrageous, frankly, but it was all strategic. He went and he just put a full-on onslaught on Zelensky in Ukraine. And what happened? He got what he wanted. And what he wanted is good for this country. We've given them huge amounts of money. The minerals on this earth right now, 50% of them, which basically makes everything that we're making, chips, all the military aircraft, drones, all these things, China controls 50% of that. The biggest mines are in Africa. But only 5% is in Ukraine. So Trump makes a deal, and we got ourselves in the game here. He makes a deal to get the minerals. Now you're going to see real movement between Russia and Ukraine for peace. Real movement. But he had to do this first. It's something the left doesn't understand about how this guy makes deals. He's a transactional guy. He sees things the way he sees them, but they're all about the end. And they're all about the path to the end. So he sets the table in a certain way. It seemed like it was the wrong way, but it wasn't. He got what he wanted. And now we're on the verge of some serious talks with Russia to have peace with Ukraine. And we have a peace of the mind, which is going to generate a lot of money for this country and a little security because we don't have to rely on China for all this stuff. To me, it's an amazing thing and a perfect way to kind of put icing on the cake of The Art of the Deal. He just showed us how to do it.
All right, more news with Vin, sports with Slick coming up right after this, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday.
Anybody who owns property should worry about home title theft. There's no other crime that is so easy, so quick, and so lucrative.
Your home, your equity, and your peace of mind can all be stolen in one fell swoop by home title thieves like Matthew Cox.
Nobody thinks that I can take their house. Nobody thinks that.
Believe it or not, a single-page document is all it takes to transfer proof of ownership out of your name.
People think there's a whole huge process, but the truth is, it's a one-page document.
But it still must get through one final barrier, the county clerk.
When someone comes in with a fraudulent deed, if it's notarized and all the spaces are filled in, we by statute have to accept it. We cannot give it back to them and say, we know this is fraudulent, we're not going to file it. That's against the law.
It's public records. It's a recording system. They don't make a phone call, they record it, that's all they do.
Bottom line is, yes, it happens, and we can't stop it from happening, and it only takes once for it to sting you, and it's a very sad thing to watch.
You've put your love into the house, and all of a sudden, it might not be yours. It's a devastating crime.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock will monitor your title nonstop, alerting you to suspicious activity.
If you can get a warning notice that this first step has happened, you can stop the rest.
This person from somewhere in New York stole our property. So I was surprised. I talked to my father about it. He advised me that he had taken out Home Title Lock about 8 months earlier. We logged into Home Title Lock. He had 5 alerts. Immediately we contacted them, and within about 2 weeks, the deed was put back in my parents' name.
If you give us a call right now and mention promotional code LOCKIT, we'll give you your first 30 days of protection absolutely free.
Home Title Lock lived up to every promise they made.
Go online or call now, 1-800-493-1175, and sign up today.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created a kids guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Order your free kids guide to President Trump, get a free bonus guide, and a free membership to AMAC featuring dozens of money-saving benefits at kidsneedtrump.com. That's kidsneedtrump.com.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. Slick's doing sports. He'll do some more here in a second. Rick Delgado did the news. He'll do some more in hour 2. Vinny Mac is here. We were doing the news with Vinny when we hit the break, and we'll get back to Vin, and we'll get to the budget resolution that passed the House tonight. 217, 214, I believe the numbers were. Thomas Massie was the only Republican to vote no. Here is Congressman Massie on why he was a no.
Yeah. Can you just talk to us? Are you still a no? Is there anything?
They convinced me in there. I'm a no.
Is there anything?
Look what. Let me. Their own numbers. If the Republican plan passes under the rosiest assumptions, which aren't even true, we're going to add $328 billion to the deficit this year. We're going to add $295 billion to the deficit the year after that, and $242 billion to the deficit after that, under the rosiest assumptions. Why would I vote for that?
So are you solidly a no?
Yeah, they convinced me. So. I was at lean no until this meeting. No, I'm a no.
This no confirmed.
This is a no.
Why? Why?
They're talking points. Look. These are not something I made up. This is the leadership's talking points. It adds $328 billion to the deficit. It adds $295 billion to the deficit the year after that. The only way they get to this magic thing where it's not it's going to kill our country is 5 years from now, they imagine that 2.5% growth accumulates, and that even right here they say they're going to cap discretionary spending. You think we're going to cap discretionary spending and then spend at the rate of inflation after that? That has never happened. So their assumptions are wrong, but even if you take their assumptions at face value, they told us in there they're going to increase the deficit in 2025 by $328 billion. And I've been here long enough. I've been here 12 years, so I've seen a 10-year plan or two come all the way to 10 years. Under Boehner, we had these 10-year plans. Under Ryan, we had these 10-year plans. Anything past the third year never happens. Thanks.
Mr. Speaker, will the budget resolution
Are you planning to move it tonight?
Yes, that's the plan. Yes.
In your meeting, and what are you doing?
So there you go.
There you
I mean,
have it.
just chaos. They said no vote. Everybody want to leave. Trump makes a few calls to the people who are going to basically put this thing down, and then all of a sudden it's rush back and vote, and they pass it. Now, obviously, are there certain good things in there? Of course, there always are some good things in any of these bloated bills that add to the deficit. No tax on tips is in there. No tax on overtime is in there. Tax relief for seniors. America First tax break for products manufactured in the U.S. Balanced budget resolution that forces budget to be at least deficit neutral. Yeah, you'll never see that. But so there obviously are some good things. But when you look at over 10 years, adding somewhere in the neighborhood of $15 to $20 trillion onto the national debt, no one is serious about really cut. I mean, again, that's why the DOGE stuff, as I've said all along, it's the equivalent of a speck of sand off the beach into the ocean right now. If we're not going to tackle real spending, which is entitlements, and discretionary spending, which he says this doesn't even, I mean, you don't think we're going to have any more what happened in North Carolina? We're not going to have any more what happened in California? We're not going to have any more things that, I mean, that's going to be, we need $100 billion here, $200 billion there, $500 billion here. I mean, they're just not serious about it. They're just not serious about cutting spending.
Yeah. Well, that's been the case for how long now, though? And so you still have the same people saying, "Oh no, we're going to do it different this time." When? Because you've never done it before. You know, that's the definition of insanity, right? We're expecting the same people that cause the same problem to all of a sudden not cause the same problem they've been causing for decades now.
I would say a little different take on that one, because all your points are correct, and your concern about history repeating itself is correct too. The only difference I see is this administration has come in with DOGE and without DOGE. They have come in hell-bent on reducing the debt, the national debt. They've come out as strong as any administration ever has in ways and means to do that. One, by saving, and two, by bringing in a lot more investment and a lot more commerce and a lot more tax revenue into the system. And I know sometimes we count on that. I think Reaganomics counted on that, and a lot of that panned out. I think in Trump's first term, he counted on that, and he did get a lot more revenue into the system. So there's a lot of other things going on now that we haven't really seen in the magnitude that they've been done in the past regarding ways to get the deficit down. I don't like things that add to it at all. I love the ones you noted. You know, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, all these other various things that he ran on, that he promised everybody, and it better be in that. And all I heard all week were the Democrats complaining it has none of that in there. They said they were cutting Medicaid. They said they didn't have the no tax on tips. They just lied to everybody all week about this bill. Having said all that, I have to kind of go on the faith that I had from the day that I started supporting Trump. And that faith is that he does see this, and he is going to do the right thing, and he is going to get the deficit down. Now, I have nothing to back that up other than the things that I've said, but I have a lot of faith in this guy because of the things he's doing and how he's going about it. So I don't think this is just going to be one of those bloated things that are going to get out there and harvest. Now, I'm hoping that I'm right, and I'm sure you're hoping you're wrong, because we don't want to see that happen, right?
But I think your faith in Trump is fine. He's putting his faith in the other people. And I think that's the problem.
It's been a problem for a long time.
The people that have been there that have caused this problem, and now you're expecting them to unwind it all, it's probably not going to happen. And I think maybe that's where it runs into a problem, where he's putting his faith into these people who maybe said to him, no, I'm going to get this done, you watch. And then they go right back to their old patterns because that's who they are. They're smarmy. I said it right. This time.
2 days ago, Tim Burchett said on X, in 2019, federal spending was $4.5 trillion. Today, spending is $7 trillion. The budget proposal cuts about $150 to $200 billion. That is about 2%. I'm afraid the lack of serious cuts will eat up all of the savings by DOGE and Elon Musk. We have a spending problem.
Yeah.
That was February 23rd, which my count is 2 days ago. Tonight, one phone call from President Trump. Tim Burchett voted for this tonight. And Massey just laid out the numbers. Does that still not sound like a spending problem?
Still sounds like a spending.
Yeah, it definitely is walking like a duck and talking like a duck and quacking like a duck, I guess. Spending problem. A couple of things, though. I'm trying to take positives out of this. I'm trying to have the faith, yes, but Trump making a couple of phone calls and getting people to change their votes and getting all of these Republicans in the House in particular to go along with something, that's a good thing. Finally, we're united here. The spending thing's not a good thing. We have to manage that. I don't know what the answer is on that, and I don't like the fact that there's a lot more spending, but I do feel like there's going to be some better solutions here than there have been in the past. We can't survive with the deficit at the levels it is now, and it certainly can't survive with it going any higher. We just can't. So it's a matter of survival, frankly. I think Elon Musk said it quite well. Like, we cannot, as a country, survive with this level of debt.
Right.
An inability to pay it. So I just can't imagine people doing reckless things like this unless they have ways of managing that. That's the faith I'm having.
I'm not sure I agree with you on the it's a good thing to be able to make a phone call, because it never seems like we get the votes that we actually want when that happens. The votes we actually want, those phone calls don't happen. All right, hour 2 coming up live from Studio 6B. Right after this, we're back.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief, and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 35% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
You asked and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeart Media.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Vinnie Mac is here. He's got some more thoughts and news and stuff. I've got some news coming up. Damon is warming his feet, and Slick Rick has got sports. We didn't get to sports in the last segment, so we'll kick off the top of hour number 2. We'll do some sports with Slick Rick right here. Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Save yourself some great stuff on some great money on some great stuff from Mike Lindell and the people at MyPillow. Slick Rick, what do you got?
Well, I got to say, Big D made me a nice coffee during the break. That's why he's coming in now. He made his coffee. It's the kind of guy he is. So there you go. He says, what do you want in your coffee? Splendor or Sphere? I said, I'll take the Sphere.
So we got the Splendor.
Yeah. Best I got right now. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Rick. Well, here we go. Chiefs GM says Travis Kelce is fired up to play. Denies retirement rumors. This is Warner Todd Houston of Breitbart. Kansas City Chiefs general manager Brett Veach is swatting down rumors that the team's star tight end Travis Kelce is getting ready to announce his retirement. Rumors abound that Kelce is going to hang up his spikes during this offseason, but Veach says to the contrary, that Kelce is ready to go for the coming NFL season. Now, you're dating a superstar, pop star, right? Worth $gazillion. I don't know. Maybe getting knocked around on the field isn't such a big thing anymore. Whatever. But Kelce is set to receive an $11.5 million roster bonus. That's one show for her on March 15th. So he has a lot of incentive to stick it out for at least one more season. We left it as it is. He'd be back. We're excited to get him back and get him going, Veach said, according to Front Office Sports. Still ahead, Andy Reid pointed out that the actual decision resides with Kelce. That's up to Travis. Reid told the media, I told him to get out of town and relax. That's kind of my motto for these guys. They played a lot of games for a consistent amount of seasons. At the end of the thing, you're exhausted yourself mentally and physically. Step back and take care of that and then talk. For right now, I think that's what he's doing. Still, Kelce seemed to lose a step last season. His 823 yards receiving was the lowest in his career outside his rookie year, CBS Sports reports. His mere 3 touchdowns were also a low. That was a low one for him. So we'll see if Travis Kelce's going to come back, Zach Martin, a great Dallas Cowboy, he hung him up last week, Big D, and he had 11 season. He had 9 Pro Bowls. He only had 7 holding calls. Not bad, huh? So good stuff there on that. And just one more quick story, if I may, and that would be NHL star Matthew Tkachuk reflects on Four Nations Final. We're so lucky to be from this country. The Four Nations Final was the second most watched hockey game in the past decade. Paulina Dadage of Fox News, all our hearts were broken last Thursday. We had a watch party here on the show. We had a good time. No food. We had a good time, though. Florida Panthers star Matthew Tkachuk is a Stanley Cup champion, but it's not even close to being a most memorable moment in his hockey career. The NHL veteran appeared appeared on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon on Monday to discuss the Four Nations face-off, which ended in heartbreak for the Americans following a 3-2 overtime loss to Canada. Tkachuk reflected on the tournament, which he had previously called the biggest game he's ever played in. The last 2 weeks representing my country was something I'll never forget. And this guy's a big NHL star. Yep. And the second season with the Panthers, they won the Cup last year, helped the Panthers to the Stanley Cup Finals for the second straight year when they defeated the Edmonton Oilers in 7 games to become the 2024 Stanley Cup champion, a first for Tkachuk. Even so, Tkachuk was adamant that playing for the U.S. in the Four Nations face-off was still the biggest game of his career. It really was such a big tournament and such a huge stage and something I'll never forget, he told Fallon. The thing that I'm most proud of was that the team had so much pride we showed in representing our country and being Americans. We are so lucky to be from this great country and to be able to represent. He continued just to be able to represent and look down and see the USA crest. There's nothing that'll beat that. So it's incredible. Pretty good stuff. I don't know. I didn't hear if Donald Trump came up at all there. I know Jimmy Fallon is...
Fallon had a great interview with him, and I watched it. It was fantastic. First of all, his father played, was one of the greatest players ever.
Sure.
One of the greatest American players ever, never won a Stanley Cup. So he wins the Stanley Cup last year, right? Then he and his brother never played together.
Yep.
They played together on the American team. It was an amazing story, just those guys, that family.
Yeah, they're good, good hockey family, great roots there.
And their grit... If they were not in, he was injured. He couldn't play the rest of the game. But their grit, that's what carried the U.S. team. They were just great.
And if you recall, when they were at the White House, Matthew Tkachuk spoke up and said what a great president Donald Trump was. He came right out and said it at the ceremony for the Stanley Cup. Class act.
I like him even more now.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe the Islanders will get him.
Islanders need to get something, and that would be goals. And that ain't happening right now. That's a Rapid Sports Big D back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell, MyPillow. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Want to welcome in everybody in the social media chats for hour 2. Wherever you're watching tonight, Rumble, X, YouTube, Facebook, Getter, Kick. Welcome on in. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Smash the like, as the kids say. Hit the thumbs up. And make sure, most of all, you subscribe to the channel. Also, visit us over at livefromstudio6b.com. A bunch of brand new stuff out in the store. Brand new rewards loyalty program launched today as well, 6B Front Row. So take a look at that on the website, livefromstudio6b.com, and just make sure you sign up to be a member.
Front Row.
So, Vin, to your point about Trump and the vote in the UN, because most people thought, what?
Oh, yeah.
I noticed this post from Eric Erickson, radio host, who's certainly no huge Trump fan at all. He said, having staked out the position myself that the U.S. obviously should not have voted with Russia, Belarus, and North Korea against the UN resolution on Ukraine, here might be an explanation. Number one, Trump is signaling he's not going to let Ukraine fight a PR effort now to bypass substantive talks on peace. Number two, Trump wants Europe to understand that if it wants to keep fighting, do it on your dime, not ours. Number three, Trump is signaling Russia can sit down with him to negotiate because he's not Biden, and Ukraine does not have a choice. Number four, Trump actually wants the war wound down as quickly as possible, and Ukraine needs to accept it, that it's going to give up land. Caveat, plenty of Trump advisors privately do not think Russia really wants peace, and it is Russia, not Europe, that wants the war to continue. As it plays out, it'll change the dynamic. Make of this what you will, just passing it on. What are your thoughts on that?
I could not agree with this guy more. I mean, I think they're spot on. First off, he had to get Europe in line. And who comes to show up? Macron. Macron comes to the United States, sits with Trump, and they work some stuff out. We needed the Europeans back behind us or even in front of us on this thing. Most of this other stuff is all strategic. It's going to be tough getting Putin to want peace. He's a dictator. He's a bad guy and all that stuff. The good news is Trump has a relationship with this guy, and they can have conversations. But all of these moves, the UN move in particular, sent the signal that had to be sent. For all the points that this guy made, I think they're all spot on. I think Trump's strategy was exactly what he laid out and what I had spoken about before, and the result is there. They're talking. The mines there are now going to be a partnership with us and the Ukraine, and let's get to business now. Let's end the war. I mean, to me, it was all part of that plan. And Trump He wants to end this war. He's got to end this war. This is not something that's like, maybe, I hope, if there's a way to do it, we'll try. This has got to end. It's got to end. We need peace there. And I think he did in one move for in entirety, got Europe, Ukraine, Zelensky, and even Putin all packaged together here to get something good done. So I love it.
All right, 8 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some more news. And here with the news is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, a story coming out of your neck of the woods there, Damon, up in the state of Connecticut. You've got one of your high school graduates who is now suing the Connecticut city, saying that she can't read and write.
So what?
She can't read or write. But she graduated high school. A Hartford public school graduate is taking legal action against the city, the Board of Education, and one of her special education teachers in Connecticut. Alicia Ortiz claims that she asked for educational resources and support for years and help that never came. Instead, she said she graduated without being able to read or write.
Sure.
She says here, my time in Hartford Public Schools was a time I don't wish upon anyone.
Yeah.
She's a graduate of the Hartford Public Schools. Did you go to those schools?
Not Hartford.
I did not go to Hartford.
Right.
I had a choice. It was either Hartford or downtown Baghdad, and I decided neither one. Because that's about equal.
Where is that in Connecticut?
So I opted out of both and went to where I grew up. Went to school there, which was about 15 minutes outside of Hartford.
All right. Well, Ortiz moved from Puerto Rico to
that would be your choice, by the way. If they said, hey, you can go to Hartford Public Schools, you should weigh that against like Mogadishu and just figure out which one you think will be less of a problem, because that's basically what they are.
Ortiz moved from Puerto Rico to Connecticut, becoming a Hartford Public School student in the first grade. She struggled with a speech impediment, dyslexia, ADHD, and initially a language barrier. She said, every day at school, I would tell my teacher, I cannot read and write, so please be patient with me. So everyone knew, she told News Nation. Sitting down with WTNH in Connecticut, she said she was bullied, harassed, and neglected by district employees, basically taken advantage of by the system. She filed a lawsuit against the Hartford Board of Ed, City of Hartford, and one of her special education teachers, claiming her learning disabilities were not properly addressed by the board. And as a result, she continued to struggle academically. Lawsuit also stated that she would frequently rerun to other teachers and or administrators in tears and emotional distress. So there you have it. You know, she's going after the schools that made her stupid.
Nothing about that story surprises me.
No, it doesn't.
Knowing
right?
the area like I do.
Wow.
Nothing about that story surprises me.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And of course, it's not just a problem in the really terrible school districts like that one. It's a problem in even decent school districts. They push the kids through that don't deserve to get pushed through.
Oh, yeah.
It's what we're expecting of these kids now, and what they're willing to. I mean, it's a problem everywhere. There's no standards, and if there are standards, they've screwed up the standards, trying to overstandard. Like in New York, some of us the way they teach these kids things that we learned as kids, it just makes you shake your head.
Yeah.
Common Core, all that. Remember all that nonsense we went through?
Yep. And then, of course, you've got, the other side of that coin. Some of the parents who don't want to, who don't want to acknowledge, oh, you do have a bad kid, or your kid's not doing the work, and they don't want to hear that their kid is not doing it. And
that's no different than when I was a teacher. That was still the same then.
Right, but you have now. It's almost like the teachers are now afraid. It used to be. I don't think the teachers used to be as afraid of parents back then. Oh, you know what I mean?
The inmates are running the asylum,
right?
Completely.
So a lot of times, some of these parents are lunatics. They're crazy, and the teachers, let's face it, they don't want to be ambushed by some of these.
It's just an upside down system. It seems like our education system. Yeah. Damon, you worked in it.
Sure.
You lived in it.
I did 14 years.
What? I mean, I used to
call parents and say, Mrs. Smith, your daughter is not doing well, and she'd go, well, what the F do you want from me? And I'd say, well, okay, I think I got where the problem is.
Happy holidays.
Right.
Yeah. Just want to extend my thoughts.
Yeah.
I got 2 words for you, and they're not happy
What do you want from me? He's an effing loser.
Oh,
wow.
That's right.
Wow.
Okay.
What instrument did he play?
I heard that many a time on the phone. Many a time.
Honey, pass the tequila. Thank you.
Girls would come into school, and I'm thinking, how do you get out of the house dressed like that? And then the mom would come to back to school night. And oh, yeah, that's how.
That is so true.
All right, we're back right after this.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being, and in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, paw licking, mushy poops, and low energy with a simple 3-minute change to their diet? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, the anti-kibble breakthrough that's helping dogs act like puppies again.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
He's healthier, he looks better. This is my way more energetic dog.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Unlike fresh food, Nature's Blend is gently freeze-dried. This means extraordinary health benefits, but with zero prep, zero fridge, and zero mess.
I just feed her right out of the bag. She's obsessed with this food. Thank you, Dr. Marty.
And for a limited time, get up to 54% off with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
America's favorite patriotic plush is back and better than ever. First introduced to the nation with overwhelming support, Trumpy Bear became an instant sensation. The 3rd edition Trumpy Bear, loved by patriotic Americans, is once again here for all to see. The all-new Trumpy Bear shows you his patriotism with his flag-themed tie. Then open the secret zipper and let the American-themed cape fly. The original new Trumpy Bear is big and super plush.
I love my Trumpy Bear. I love his flag. I love his tie and the hair. Oh my gosh.
Trumpy Bear can be yours for only $69.90, complete with his hologram 2024 certificate of authenticity. But wait, order right now and we'll include this special inauguration 45-47 presidential tie and beautifully embroidered patriotic hat. Perfect for you or Trumpy Bear to wear proudly, absolutely free. There's still more. For just $10 more, you can add on 3 additional Trumpy ties. Express every feeling with color and style. So don't delay. Show your patriotism today.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Well, let me talk to you about our friends at AMAC. Are you looking for a voice that truly represents your values? AMAC might be it. The Association of Mature American Citizens was created to champion the needs of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom. With over 2 million members, their mission is simple but powerful: to protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans, safeguarding Social Security and Medicare, and advocating for common sense policies. AMAC members gain access to incredible member benefits, including the award-winning AMAC magazine, from exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and everyday services to a strong voice in Washington. AMAC is here to make a difference in your life and in the life of the nation. Joining AMAC isn't just about benefits, though. Regardless of your age, it's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. In honor of President Trump's first 100 days in office, AMAC is offering an incredible deal. Enroll now for a 5-year AMAC membership. 5 years. For for 47% off. Normally $60. Join today for only $32. Normally $60 for 5 years. Join today for only $32. Visit amac.us/Studio 6B. I mean, if you don't have this membership, just go there right now. amac.us/Studio 6B and take advantage of the special offer. amac.us/Studio 6B. Join AMAC and become a member of a movement that stands for you, your family, and your future. And do it for a ridiculous price of $32 for 5 years. All right, let me talk to you about Patriot Mobile. While we may have won the election, the fight to restore our great nation is only beginning. Now is the time to take a stand. Patriot Mobile, of course, is leading the charge as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's a call to action to defend your rights and freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all 3 major networks. If you have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile. Plus, you get a coverage guarantee. But the difference is every dollar you spend with Patriot Mobile supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service support team will help you find the perfect plan. Go right now, patriotmobile.com/RAV, patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-PATRIOT. Get a free month of service with promo code RAV. Switch to Patriot Mobile today. Visit patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. All right, 20 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Did we just did sports, right?
We just did sports, yeah.
All right, so let's do some news, and here with that is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, I know we announced this yesterday. Big news: the taking of the deputy director position of the FBI by Dan Bongino. Well, it sparked reactions, expressed shock and dismay across the FBI former and current officials, according to NBC News, when President Donald Trump selected Dan Bongino to be the deputy director of the FBI. On his podcast, of course, the former Secret Service agent who once called the FBI irredeemably corrupt thanked the president for the appointment. We played clips of his show yesterday, but even as he did so, he repeated the baseless charge, blah, 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 that the Justice Department was weaponized. Of course, now he gets in there. And, of course, the left-wing news, the mainstream media is reacting all with bated breath. Oh my God, they're clutching their pearls. They're screaming at the sky. They're getting all these former FBI agents, career agents, all talking about how this is terrible. It can't be happening. We can't believe it. It's usually because they usually pick a deputy director who's been a longtime FBI agent, but this time they went outside, and of course, none of them are all very happy about it. Here is Caroline Levitt. She's the, of course, the president's spokesperson. Here she is talking about that appointment, and of course, the media reacting and hyperventilating over the pick. Here's cut number 15. Check this out.
I'm not sure if anybody in this room has listened to Mr. Bongino when he talks about the past corruption at the FBI, when he talks about his experience serving for the United States Secret Service. This is a man who loves his country and who has honorably served our country in ways that many people have not. He understands the depth of the corruption at these institutions, which the American people reelected President Trump to shake up. And I think it's quite despicable to see many networks in this room who have had chyrons on their television screens labeling Mr. Bongino as a far-right podcaster. He is not. He is a former law enforcement agent. He is a former Secret Service agent who put his life on the line to protect this country, and that is why the President of the United States has entrusted him for this important role. He's also an outsider to this Washington swamp, and we often see that when outsiders are appointed to such coveted positions, a lot of people in this city get very, very nervous, and they should be, because Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Attorney General Bondi are focused on rooting out the corruption at these agencies and ending the weaponization of government once and for all.
Yeah. So
how good is she? Oh, man.
She nails it.
How refreshing.
And again, she makes a great point that, you bring people from the outside, it makes all the insiders very, very nervous because they know that they can't be controlled. He's been outside for well over 10 years now.
Yep.
But let's face it, he's been kind of clued in as to everything that's been going on, and maybe this is why. Here's an example of why maybe they're a little nervous. I don't know if you saw this story. James Comey is starting to make his way to the headlines again. Here's a little history with James Comey. You remember this last year, just before Joe Biden dropped out. Here was James Comey begging people to vote for Joe Biden. This is cut number 5. Check this out.
Are you concerned that it may get a test unlike any other if Donald Trump is reelected? I mean, when you think about a second Trump administration, what do you think the implications would be for the FBI?
Oh, serious, for the Justice Department and the FBI, because Trump is coming for those institutions. He knows their power, and I think he has regrets that he didn't work hard enough to corrupt them last time. So he's coming for them, and that's a danger for all Americans. He's going to put people in positions in those organizations. He didn't have all-stars the last time. He'll have the bottom of the barrel this time, but people who will want to do his will, and that should worry every American. This election matters. Because of a reason like that, people have to participate. You cannot sit on the sideline. I don't care how you feel about Joe Biden, you must vote for him because the consequences on the other side are too severe.
Yes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you feel about the walking corpse. You have to vote for him because I don't want to be investigated. That's what James Comey is saying. Whoops, sorry. FBI is now breaking news. Looking into James Comey off-the-books honeypot operation.
Ooh. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. This is breaking news. New leadership as the FBI is starting an investigation into the origins of the agency's plan a decade ago to infiltrate the campaign of then-candidate Donald Trump using 2 female undercover honeypot agents. The off-the-books investigation launched in 2015 by former FBI director James Comey was revealed by an agency whistleblower in a protected disclosure to the House Judiciary Committee last October. In the intelligence community, a honeypot commonly refers to undercover operatives, usually a woman, who feign sexual or romantic interest to obtain information. They had 2 of them embedded into the Trump campaign. According to the whistleblower, the investigation differed from Crossfire Hurricane because it looked into never proved allegations of the campaign. The whistleblower said that the early off-the-books probe was a criminal investigation targeting Mr. Trump and his staff. They weren't looking for a crime, but they were looking at anything that they could find on Mr. Trump. The whistleblower agent personally knew Mr. Comey ordered the FBI investigation into Trump and that Comey personally directed it according to the disclosure. So that could be why James Comey is now going to be in the crosshairs, so to speak.
I love it.
So do I.
Looking for a crime?
Yeah,
that was the whole Justice Department and FBI for all the years Trump was president prior.
All right, 26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. We'll do more news of Vinnie Mac and Rick Delgado. More sports with Slick, Aaron and Fran holding it down on a Tuesday. We're back right after this.
America is celebrating the start of President Trump's second term. Now, for a limited time, you can get the Kid's Guide to President Trump and a limited edition collectible pin for free. Hurry, supplies are very limited. Visit freetrumpbundle.com now. That's freetrumpbundle.com.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good,
and install so quickly.
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal.
Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. He'll do some more before we wrap. Delgado's doing the news. Vinnie Mac's got some more thoughts on news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Brianna did a great job last night, Aaron, in your absence. Fran, of course, always does a great job moving over to the big board. But Brianna did a great job last night. So I want to thank her again for the job she did.
Thank you.
No, Vin, I want to thank her. I don't need you to butt in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. 30 minutes past the hour. So Tim
He's
Burchett,
really wound up now.
Tim Burchett put out a video on why he caved, why he voted yes for the budget resolution tonight. Let's hear what he has to say. Because I read you his tweet from 2 days ago where he sounded just a tad bit different. Here he is.
Hey, everybody. Tim Burchett, just leaving the Capitol. Had to get away from all the press back there so I could do my video. I voted for it because there are tax cuts in this thing. We're shrinking. Actually, there really are real cuts. And there is tax relief for the middle class, which is always good, which helps our economy, which has helped our economy in the past, and it continues to do that. And there's border security in this bill. So, look, it's not everything you want, but I'm a believer if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And dadgummit, the American taxpayer's been on the menu a whole lot. So, hopefully we'll move ahead. The Senate version actually spends more. Actually, there are not actual cuts in it. And I don't worry about it. So we'll see what happens. And had a great conversation with the president today. He was very friendly and
sure he did.
Answered all my questions and shares my concerns about the growth of government and how we need to make some cuts. So it's going to take a little while. We say in Nashville, go a little slower. Might get there a little faster. So wasn't pretty, but we I think started in the right direction tonight. I'm not real easy about all of it, just because it's just so massive. And I would have liked to have Well, y'all know me. I like to cut this thing to the quick, but the reality is that's not going to pass.
I'm not going to cut this thing to the quick, Big. Come on.
Yeah.
I'll let you cut it all together.
Thank y'all for sending me here.
Yeah, okay. If I didn't know better, I would think that Tim is about to walk into the first intersection he can find with a bus coming about 40 miles an hour, because that sounds like a hostage video, just a walking version.
He does.
I mean, that video.
Dead man walking.
That video. I love Tim Burchett, by the way. He's great. But that video is a perfect encapsulation of what is going on in the Republican Party right now in these votes.
Yeah.
They are being, you're going to vote for it whether you like it. That's what's happening. I mean, like it or not, that is what's happening tonight.
Yeah.
And that is the perfect way to describe it. His whole mood right there.
Right.
In trying to defend it, which is indefensible.
Oh my God.
You could tell he can't sell it. He couldn't sell it.
No.
He was just like, well, there are some, you would think you'd be happy about, we're getting these cuts. We wanted this. We wanted this for the American people.
This is a big win.
Right.
At the table, you're on the menu.
He's like, if you're not at the table,
I mean, that's a hostage video, just a walking one.
If he's on the menu.
If you go slower, you get there faster. Just stuff like that. It's just like, oh man,
God, I was listening. I didn't want to hear coming down. Please look out, Tim.
He looked pretty depressed. But what about the duct tape and the rope? Why did he have all that stuff?
I mean, there you go. I mean, that says it all right there. That says it all right there.
That reminded me of too. Remember, we played that clip. It was, I think it was about a year and a half ago, where Matt Gaetz said, "Hey, Burchett, tell Biden one of your, tell him about your Mustang or some car question." Just to get him to talk nonsensically and just keep talking. And he called it, Tim Burchett's never-ending story. That was an illustration of a Tim Burchett never-ending story about why he voted for this.
I mean, again, I don't know all the minutia of all this, but I know this. We have the presidency, we have the Senate, and the House. Does that sound like somebody who represents the party that's in full control? That sounds like someone who just took the best deal they could get, because that's all they were going to get from the Democrats. And it was like, let's take this because we ain't going to get any better.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like someone whose party is in control of everything.
Well, we are in control of the House, but it's on a hair. I mean, we're barely in control there.
Okay. Well, and we have enough votes to pass stuff.
If everybody votes. If every one of the Republicans vote, we're only up by like 2 votes, right?
Well, the problem is every Republican but Thomas Massey did vote.
Yeah.
Well, from this, Eyes of a Lady in the Rumble chat said she cut and pasted Nancy Pelosi's response to the passage.
Over soon on Rumble. Damon's never happy. Here's the problem. The problem is that I'm one of the few that's unfortunately never happy. That's right. I'm very rarely happy with what the Republicans do, and unfortunately, many of you give them too much of a pass.
Are you happy with Pharrell Williams?
Here's the cut and paste from Pelosi, what her statement was. Tonight, House Republicans passed a budget which steals taxpayer dollars from Medicaid and gives tax breaks to their billionaire donors and big corporations. So, if anything, at least she's not happy. Because anytime
is she
Democrats
any more or
are
less
happy,
unhappy than Tim Burchett was in that video?
Yeah.
Could you distinct between the two if you watch them side by side? If she did a video and his video, it doesn't sound like anybody's.
No.
I mean, that does not sound like people who are in control. I don't care how much control you say they're in. He just said the Senate version's worse.
Yeah, they don't even do any cutting.
So more to come.
Yeah, a lot more to come. But Pelosi, they're just lying about it, by the way. They didn't cut Medicare.
Oh, of course
They didn't do any of that stuff.
No.
It's just lie. As bad as it might be, or as good as it might be, whatever. As I said, I trust Trump. But she's just lying, which is what she does. She's very good at it, by the way.
Well, we're going to get a lot more of this over the next couple of days. And again, the actual reconciliation vote comes up in a few weeks. And you watch what happens then. I'll guarantee now they'll have problems there too, because there'll be some Republicans who decide that the cuts are too much. It'll be just the opposite. We have all the wrong people at all the wrong times with this party. That's just the bottom line. And none of them are serious about cutting spending. None of them. And again, all you need to know is tonight people say who are maybe not so hardcore left in the media, more, Jake Sherman over at Punchbowl, Big win for Mike Johnson tonight. Okay. Is there any way that could be good for the Freedom Caucus, for the conservatives? If this is looked at as a big win for Mike Johnson, how can that be good? It's not good. It's not good. So, all right, 38 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some more news with Vinnie Mac. Vinnie Mac, what else is on your mind?
Oh, baby. I got two things that really jumped out at me today. First off, I did live in Los Angeles for many years. I spent a lot of time on the West Coast, and I am embarrassed. I'm more embarrassed than I've ever been with those people on the West Coast. They are posting photos, addresses, phone numbers of these ICE agents who are arresting criminals in your city that are committing crimes all over your city, and you're protesting that. And you're not only protesting it, you're putting their names and faces all over the place. What has happened to society? Don't people understand what a criminal is? I mean, okay, if you want open borders, you want all that stuff, fine. We have a big philosophical difference. But to jeopardize the good guys, the guys trying to help, that's like, there's a fire on your neighbor's house and you're protesting you don't want the fire truck to go down the block. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Crime in Los Angeles, just to give you a good example, I've got lots of friends that live out there. They have to be so careful when they pull into their driveways because they're pulling in right behind them and they're robbing them. Yeah. This is happening all over Los Angeles.
We played clips of those.
In Beverly Hills, you did.
Terrible.
All of this stuff. So that is something that it shocks me with the Democratic Party. And I take it a step further now. Just the overall narrative that we're hearing from the left and the Democratic Party. We saw, and I think we're all pretty happy, that Joy Reid got canned, and so did a bunch of other people at MSNBC. Why? Because there's no ratings. Nobody's watching that stuff. It's just a radical small audience doing that. But if you listen to the left, James Carville was preaching this, by the way, big time, that Trump's numbers are going down, all this stuff, negative stuff's happening. This is the next round of narrative, all of these things. And it's just not true. His numbers are actually up. He's at 57%. The numbers are outstanding. So what we're seeing is most of the country is getting it. Most of them are coming through with some common sense here and understanding that the left has been lying, that the media that talks about all the left-wing issues, nobody's watching. And then to cover it all up, they lie to us and everyone else about what's in a bill and what the actual statistics are of Trump's favorability and all this kind of stuff. They're through the roof. Everybody, look at the thing in Maine. That Maine thing is a great example. You have the governor of the state defying what the bulk of the people want. They don't want men in women's sports. It's very simple, but you see this thing after thing after thing, and you're like, what part of the country are they actually trying to appeal to? Because the proof that it's not working, the proof that people are not listening, the proof that they actually don't even care about these things anymore is out there with dismal ratings that they're firing anchors left and right at CNN and MSNBC, and that the actual statistics back up Trump. So it's just another round of farcical information by the left trying to convince people of one thing when it's just not happening. And this trans thing is bigger than I think than we all think, because this is a highly logical issue. I have a daughter, and you guys have daughters?
Yeah.
All of us have daughters. If we would all just have a fit, obviously, if our daughter was subjected to playing volleyball and got smashed in the face by some guy on the other team because of, these things, it's logical, right? But it's logical for everybody. You don't have to be a progressive to get this. Right. You just have to be a human being. And that's what I think is coming through for the most part. Unfortunately, all we see are protesters in Los Angeles giving the names of ICE agents. We are seeing James Carville on TV telling us that Trump's declining and all this stuff's falling apart when it's not. We're seeing the lie about these bills, and it's just an absolute joke. And I wanted to call the left out on this thing a little bit.
I think we're seeing their last gas. You know what I mean?
I feel like that is true.
They're flailing, right? They're flailing because CNN is reporting 57% approval.
Yeah.
MSNBC is, oh my goodness, everything is falling apart. James Carville saying this, but meanwhile, just 2 days earlier, he was saying something completely opposite.
It's a rudderless ship.
Right. They're flailing because they don't know what to do. They can't get their sea legs under them. And it's great. And the thing about the ICE agents in L.A., the people that are doxing them are committing federal crimes, which is good to hear. So they will be caught. And it all seems
we have to prosecute them, though.
It all seems a little too coordinated.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be printed up nicely and perfectly, and it's not organic.
We got to put some people in jail.
Yep.
All right, we'll start. We'll wrap it up with sports, and we'll do a little more news with everybody before we wrap it up on a Tuesday when we get back right after this.
Did you know you could remodel your kitchen faster and for a lot less than at the big box stores? At Cabinets to Go, customize your dream kitchen with custom quality cabinets, countertops, and more. And enjoy a high quality, affordable kitchen makeover that is sure to wow. Visit one of our showrooms nationwide and get your dream kitchen today for as low as $149 a month at cabinetstogo.com.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare, but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait, order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. Let's get to everybody before we wrap it up. I'll start with sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell, MyPillow. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D, quick sweep of the scoreboard. I'm just going to give you the finals on the NCAA men's basketball there. Number 2, Duke mauls Miami 97-60. Georgia fends off number 3, Florida 88-83. And Marquette pounds Providence 82-52. That'd be number 3, Florida. A little bit of an upset there, Big D. And NHL action, give you a couple of there. Maple Leafs and Bruins tied at 4 in OT. 4 minutes to go there. We got the Sabres edging the Ducks 3-2. Lightning over the Oilers 4-1. Rangers absolutely pounding the Islanders 5-1 win. 8:36 to go there in the third period. And sound like the Blues are whipping up on the Kraken. 6-0 end of 2. But unbelievable score there. I can't believe that. And here we go. Ex-NFL player Le'Veon Bell lends support to Elon Musk, Donald Trump amid DOGE criticism. Warner Todd Houston and Breitbart. Former Pittsburgh Steelers running back Le'Veon Bell has stepped up to support President Donald Trump and Elon Musk in their support and their effort to trim the federal budget with the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. This is Warner Todd Houston and Breitbart. To date, Musk and his DOGE project has reportedly identified more than $65 billion with a B in waste and fraud, which was uncovered through a combination of fraud detection, deletion, contract lease cancellations, contract lease renegotiations, asset sales, grant, cancel. You get the whole idea. This is all good news as far as Bell is concerned. Bell, who retired from the pros in 2021, took to his X account on Monday and noted that he does not understand how anyone could oppose DOGE and his efforts to save billions. Elon doing too much for this world for you all to be hating, he wrote on Monday. Bell also praised Trump, writing, Trump doing too much for this world for you all to be hating. For his part, Elon Musk thanked Bell for the support. Bell's support for Trump is not new. He openly supported the president during the past presidential election. Indeed, Bell appeared at a Trump rally in October to stump for Trump ahead of the election. So good for Le'Veon Bell. Big name there. Been out of the game a little bit. Big D, good running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Another guy from Pittsburgh. We got to flip that state, Vin, that Pennsylvania. We're going to get that red. And that's a wrap in sports, Big D. Back to you.
All right, very good. Slick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell, MyPillow. Let's do a little more news. First, I'll come to Vinny. Vinny Mac, anything else on your mind tonight?
Yeah, 5 things I did last week.
Yes, where's your email?
Okay.
I don't have it in my inbox yet.
First of all, the hysteria around this particular question. Did you guys see the clip from Jamie Dimon, Chase, when he was trying to get everybody, basically telling everyone, you're coming back to the office?
Yeah.
Okay, no more of this. They had a petition. They went crazy. Jamie Dimon said what most CEOs and business executives would say, which is, sorry, it's inefficient. You're coming back to work. Well, that's okay, right? That's what a CEO does. And so Elon Musk puts out something to workers, one, that haven't come to the office in years. Forget about COVID. They haven't come to the office in years. They're also, we don't even know what they're doing. We don't know what anybody does. They don't even know what they're doing. They're finding golf tee reservations through the roof when they're supposed to be working. Well, who knows what's going on? So he asks a simple question. Tell me what you did last week. If you go into a business and you're trying to fix the culture, you're trying to understand what people are doing, or you're trying to wake people up to be accountable to something, I can list a lot of CEOs that have done exactly like this. Famous ones. Steve Jobs did it. Mr. Wonderful did it. Elon Musk has done it. Some great CEOs right there that have asked their employees this same question. Because when it comes down to it, when there's no accountability for anything, so the left is, their hair is on fire for this question, but hasn't any of them ever worked for someone? Has anyone ever had a boss question like, hey, I'm not sure exactly what you're doing. What'd you do last week? That's what he's asking. It's pretty damn simple. And the fact that we have all this pushback is outrageous. And it goes to show you how little people really understand about what it is to have a job. You know, this job that they have, the federal government, this isn't a freebie. This isn't a giveaway. They're not working for peanuts. They're working for money, our money.
Accountability.
This is accountability. By the rest of the world.
Ridiculous.
Has to go through this every day.
Right.
I have to go through it every day.
Yeah.
I'm an entrepreneur. I'm accountable every day or I make nothing.
Yeah.
And I think people who work at companies know they got to produce.
Amen.
It's just the real world.
Amen to that.
Yep.
So that's just bugging me is these 5 things. And why do we have to defend it? I shouldn't even have to go on this rant right now.
Well, just get your email in before the end of the show, please, would you?
Thank you.
All right, 9 minutes till the hour. Let's do a little last news with Rick Delgado. Delgado, what's going on?
All right. Well, this is a question that's been coming up. Damon asked me, what's the update on that?
Yeah.
Well, here it is. GOPers are pressing for the release of the JFK and Epstein files. According to this, Republicans are mounting pressure on the Justice Department to advance the release of classified documents and records related to the assassination of JFK and other federal secrets. Being led by Representative Anna Paulina Luna, she's been out front on this. I don't know if you've noticed her, Vin, because I know how you like the ladies, who is leading the House Oversight Committee Task Force on Declassification of Federal Secrets, is pushing the Department of Justice for answers on when it will happen. So far, she says she has faced silence. She said on February 11th and 19th, House Oversight sent a letter to DOJ asking for the status of the Epstein files as well as JFK. She posted yesterday on X, the DOJ has not responded, reaching out on X because we can't seem to get a response from the AG. She's talking about AG Pam Bondi. What is the status of the documents? Anna wants to know. These documents were ordered to be declassified. She also sent a letter to DNI's new director, Tulsi Gabbard, as well as National Security Advisor Michael Waltz and White House counsel David Warrington, requesting a briefing by Thursday on the plans for the release of the documents. So there you have it, Damon.
You know what this
they're
says?
pushing for.
What's the update?
The update is hopefully by Thursday we might have might have some news on this.
Okay. This says there's some major stuff in there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like they're nervous.
Bombshell.
They're trying to yes. Major league stuff here, or otherwise just release it.
Right.
It's true.
So we'll see what happens come Thursday.
I mean, come on.
We'll see.
What do you think?
No, come on.
You don't think there's major stuff in there?
No.
Why hold it?
Well, there might be, but you're not going to find out.
Sexual relationships with that woman.
Tropical depression, Damon, at it again. Anyhow, we're going to finish up.
Oh, man.
Just
This
my
guy.
opinion. My opinion.
He can kill a lottery winning. Oh, and his taxes now, Jesus.
I can't even afford to go to the Sphere. Anyhow, you were speaking, Vin, a little bit earlier about great CEOs. You mentioned one in particular. He was on CNN destroying former Democratic Congressman Tom Malinowski about Elon and DOGE. Here's cut number 7, Mr. Wonderful.
Thank you.
He goes in and fires people, terminates programs, causes immense harm to people who have been working for years for this country, patriotic Americans, and to the Americans who receive these services. And then he says, oh, whoops, I made a mistake. That's completely unacceptable and should be unacceptable to anyone who loves this country.
And yet, Kevin, you've got a full tooth grin. Why?
Because my cohort's full of crap. He has no executional mandate. He can't do any of the things he just said. He is just simply observing, pointing out, and letting the American people know what he's found. And if you don't like it, okay, that's all right. But he does not have the ability to do what Congress has, to execute on his recommendations. So everybody chill out. This is a guy that's focusing a lens on waste, corruption, huge budget overseas, and saying, I don't think this is working, but he can't actually take a dime of any of this. So, to say Elon Musk is running government is full of BS. This guy is just pointing out what every American wants to know. If you're making $68,000 sitting at your kitchen, which is the average American, watching this kind of waste, you're pissed. You're really pissed, which is about 70-80% of the population. So get over it. Let him do his work. The guy has amazing executional excellence. You can't point out anything he's done that hasn't worked out.
Yeah, well, there you have it.
As always, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines who protects us, all our truckers, all our farmers, everybody that keeps the country moving forward. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron Fran, great job as always. Most of all, thank you, live from Studio 6B audience. We'll see you tomorrow night on a Wednesday night, live from Studio 6B, 8 p.m. We'll see you tomorrow night.
It's an absolute problem. It happens all of the time. If you own property and have got equity, you can be a victim.
How can a scammer actually steal my home?
It's so easy for them to get the original document. They can download it and forge it. They begin to take out loans, and you're left holding the bag.
What can I do to protect my title?
Go to HomeTitleLock.com. We monitor your title and alert you if anything disturbs your title. Protect your home. You'll sleep better that night.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere to fix that? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast, so strong, and so convenient. It's like putting the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires of your car on a single charge, or inflate a bag full of soccer balls at practice. Bullseye Pro is so advanced, it has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Plus, it can be 100% hands-free. You simply set the target pressure and walk away, keeping you out of harm's way. Bullseye Pro is lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
Oh no, you hate coming home to a dark house. You need the Bell & Howell Bionic Spotlight. The instant the motion sensor detects movement, Bionic Spotlight triggers 8 high-intensity LED lights that shower the entire area with light and then shuts off 30 seconds after it stops. Get the motion-activated Bionic Spotlight for just $19.95 with free shipping. If you order right now, you can double the offer and just pay a separate fee. 2 Bionic Spotlights backed by our 5-year warranty for one low-value price. And the shipping is free.
Coming to you from the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada. It's the Root Reaction with your host, Wayne Allyn Root.
Like General George Patton, never accept defeat.
These are the stories and opinions you'll never hear from the mainstream media.
Radical Marxist traitors have sold us out.
If you love God, guns, gold, tax cuts, Trump, and freedom, you're gonna love the Root Reaction.
I will give you my country when you pry it from my cold, dead hands.
If you want peace, prepare for war. This is your war. Here's your host, Sir Wayne Allyn Root.
All right, Wayne Allyn Root, the Root's on fire. Welcome to the show. I am the aforementioned war, Wayne Allyn Root. If you want peace, prepare for war, and that's why I'm here. Coming to you from Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. You've heard of the mainstream media. Welcome to the Mainstream Media. I'm the hardest working man in showbiz, certainly conservative showbiz, with the fastest show in the history of TV. This show is conservative patriotic talk on steroids, squared to the 1,000th power. My Command Central, rootforamerica.com. At the top are 3 tabs. Watch Wayne on TV, listen to Wayne on the radio, listen to Wayne's podcast. Click and you're on live, or you can watch or listen to a library of all my recent shows. rootforamerica.com. I make it so easy. My email, wayneroot@gmail.com. Email me at any time. I love to hear from you. I love to hear what you think of this show. Last night and today, for some reason, I got so many emails from you guys. It's like a snowball going downhill, turning into an avalanche. I must have hundreds of emails since last night, and I try to get through all of them. I just can't answer them all, but I've read most of them, and I'll read the rest tonight. wayneroot@gmail.com. You've all got wonderful stories and great ideas, and I appreciate your love for this show. All right, so I've got a commentary today to open the show. But before I get to the commentary, a couple of quick news stories. Number one, as I always promise, Trump is amazing. He's a miracle man. I wrote the book, The Trump Rules. He does things no one ever believes are possible. Ukraine has tentatively agreed to Trump's rare earth mineral deal. So we're going to, not only not lose $300 billion on a war that never made sense, that Ukraine can't win, but now we're going to make money on it. Also, Putin announces Russia's open to cooperation with America on the rare earth minerals. Only Trump could make it happen. Yesterday, I opened the show by mentioning another near disaster on a Delta Airlines flight in Atlanta. Here's one today. Midway, Chicago, Southwest jet forced to abort landing just feet from the ground as a private jet unexpectedly crosses the runway. And don't forget yesterday's comments about James Carville being a nut job with Trump derangement syndrome. Jon Stewart today in his show bangs a glass, a coffee cup, so hard he breaks it into 100 pieces on his desk and cuts his hand and says, I'm going to need to go to the hospital. These people are all insane. Congratulations, President Trump. You've driven them all nuts. All right, my commentary is titled James Carville is delusional and insane with Trump derangement syndrome. I started talking about this on yesterday's show. I turned it into a commentary. The only party about to collapse in 30 days is the Democrat Party. Trump has destroyed Democrats forever. Democrat strategist James Carville recently predicted the Trump administration will collapse in the next 30 days. That's funny. The bubble these delusional Democrat morons live in is obviously very small. Everyone they know must live in the D.C. swamp. Everyone they know must be in the deep state. Everyone they know must be looting the taxpayers by stealing government money. Everyone they know must be taking bribes from the Chinese Communist Party and the Mexican drug cartels. James Carville probably only has a handful of friends. Let me name them for you. Stacey Abrams, Jane Fonda, George Soros, Adam Schiff, Liz Cheney, and Alejandro Mayorkas. That's the list Trump needs to put in prison for life in Guantanamo. That must be the